You guys, you're not gonna believe it. You know, we did politics the other day, and it was cool. It was fun. And then it turns out there was actually so much politics that we had to extend it to a whole new stream. Can you believe it? Oh my god, I need a trim. Woo, look at all that. There was actually so much it had to be extended to multiple streams. I can't believe it. So much content you can get out of this politics stuff. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? I like the mustache. Well, yeah, I'd keep the mustache. What do you think of Soaked on Left's take here? No lefty should cheer for Ukraine's arrest of Gonzalo Lira, Coach Red Pill. He's a brain-dead fascist. He spent all his time justifying Russia's invasion. But being able to freely speak against your government's wars is the strongest test for true free speech. Yeah, I think I disagree with it. Like, Coach Red Pill wasn't just like a Ukrainian citizen protesting Zelensky, right? He was like actively supportive of the invasion from Russia. I feel like it's pretty normal if your country is being invaded, like literally invaded, like a couple hundred miles east of you, there are a bunch of guys in trenches, like fighting to keep the Russians from taking land. Kind of makes sense that that you know they would arrest people who are literally like supporting the invasion. There are some people who said that he like fed info to the Russians, but I don't know if that's true. You know, it's not really surprising to me. Aiding and abetting the enemy. I don't know how much you can expect a country to have like pro-free speech or during a war, like during a defensive war for survival. You know what I mean? There are always going to be restrictions on free speech in environments like that because all of a sudden, like some types of speech will actually like hamper the war effort. He was taking pictures of Ukrainian soldiers and military equipment and posting it online with coordinates. Was he really? He was literally posting coordinates. Oh, then if that's the case, then yeah, like obviously they would arrest him. He's lucky they didn't shoot him. Like that's just being a spy, you know? Yeah. Wild. Maybe Vermin. I don't want to get Chad's hopes up too soon. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Hunga Master. There's too much context for it. I don't fucking know. Have you seen this devastating loss for the Russians? Another one. Another one. What is this? Is this gonna have copyright music? I'm permanently banning you if it does.
Ти що з українським прапором робиш, а? No fight. No fight. It's our flag. We're gonna fight for this flag. Please.
This meme format is extremely good. Yeah. That's very funny. I didn't see this. I like how the bitches who are filming this are like, he's gonna take the Ukrainian flag, and then when their guy gets jumped, they quiet down real quick. It's pretty funny. So I guess Russia lost? Yeah, okay. Hold on. Close through this. Where was that? It just says some conference center. Oh, excuse me. Oh my god, I slept like shit. Excuse me, Vosh, can you change your shirt? It's a fashion crime. What are you talking about? It's the desert. I think it's cool. You should look at the controversy in the Netherlands regarding Zelensky's visit. He visited on the day of the Dutch World War II memorial, and the far right got really mad at the idea of also grieving the deaths of dirty foreigners. Which far right? The Dutch or the Ukrainian? Oh, the Dutch far right. Who the fuck cares what the Dutch far right? Imagine being far right and being Dutch. How can you possibly take yourself seriously when you're the Dutch? I have no idea. Holy shit, that height difference. The mogging. Paul Cliteur, advisory board chairman for far-right Forum voor Democratie, even described Zelensky's visit as a death blow to the remembrance festivities. Okay, nice. Did you see Mr. Beast made another video? I saw the thumbnail for this like 1 second before I went live. I look forward to the discourse on this one. Well, I am now Mr. Beast's largest fan, so I don't really have anything meaningful to add apart from the fact that I stan him, you see. 1,000 deaf people here for the first time. Yeah, the king of all trans people. Pretty cool, I hear. Yeah. We're all Mr. Beast today. 1,000 unenlightened peasants watch a Mr. Beast video for the first time. That'd be a good video. Put me in the editing team. Literally the same pic as the blind one. Well, yeah, I don't think anyone's praising Mr. Beast on the originality of his thumbnail formats. I'll say that much. It literally is the same face. They didn't actually take another picture. It's the exact same face. Did they take another picture? Oh god, they did take another picture. These are actually two different pictures. Wow, he just made the exact same face in them. That's crazy. That's psychotic. That's actually worse. Yeah, the hair is very slightly different, you can see. I didn't know if the shirt difference was like a color grading thing, but no, it's different. That's crazy. Man, same beard length? Whatever. How weird does it feel when you have to take dumb pics for a thumbnail? Well, I don't. I don't do that. My editors just take a clip from the stream and just use that. I don't want to take pictures of myself. I take enough video of myself. Yeah, pretty uncanny, I'd say. Yeah, do you think this is going to lead to a bunch of like deafness discourse? There are some hardliners in the deaf community who think it's a kind of eugenics that you can give people prosthetics and surgery to allow them to hear, and they think it's like the destruction of their community. Now, personally, if ever there was a community that I think should be destroyed, it would be a community based. Wait, hold on. Let me put the horse before the cart here. The way in which it should be destroyed is by eradicating the illness that causes it, and the illness could be deafness. There we go. All right, we ordered our pieces together there. I don't think anyone can clip that. Yeah, no, I mean, people say like, well, with every generation there are fewer deaf people, so our community is dying, and it's like, okay, isn't that kind of a good thing? A little bit, like it's not good to be deaf, right? Like you would want to hear. That's preferable, you know. It's like, you know, the leprosy community is dying not because of the leprosy, but because fewer people have leprosy. It's like, well, okay, that's fine, I guess. The smallpox community, yeah, you know. The AIDS community, that's actually another discourse. Nobody takes it as seriously for a couple of reasons that are pretty complicated, but there are like in the 1980s, like a bunch of gay dudes, because AIDS hit like everywhere, right? So some people were like, okay, well, we have AIDS, so like this is our community, right? We're all AIDS positive, so like we can fuck each other, and like we're gonna die young, so you know, whatever, let's wear some gay clothes. Um, and sometimes people, you know, like that carries on a bit, but AIDS is both less common and more survivable and also kind of preventable now. So there are some people who are like, man, back in my day, we had AIDS like men. and but they don't get taken as seriously, I guess. I don't know. It's not quite the same as the deaf thing. It's like glasses. Yeah, the glasses community. Okay, unironically though, It's gonna be crazy when we, like, magically find a way to eradicate blindness, and instantly everyone's like, "Okay, but we're still gonna wear, like, fake glasses, right?" Because, like, everyone likes glass, or not everyone, but, like, they're a very common fashion attribute, so immediately people would just wear them for fashion purely, you know? Um, yeah. Yeah, people already get fake glasses. The gist of his videos, he spent, according to him, $3 million to give these guys some newer advanced hearing aids that work better than older models in some sort of way. Well, okay. Man, $3 million for 1,000? Um, yeah, I guess that's about right, person per person. Yeah, I guess. Damn. Whew. Oh yeah, we saw that guy from the moderator of that incel forum got laid, and then it was like, bro, you got laid? The incel community is dying. Do you remember that? Yeah, people do this a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be good if people didn't have disabilities generally. It's probably good that they don't, I think. What's your prescription? Can you hold it up to the camera so we see your POV? I don't think that's how, actually, I don't know what happens if you hold glasses up to a camera lens. Does it capture the degree of distortion you'd see with your actual eyes? I have actually no idea. My vision's pretty bad. I don't know if you... I can't even see if you're seeing anything. But, like... Because I can't see without my glasses, but... I can see that I might be blurrier than normal, but it's being filtered through multiple layers of blurry from my eyes. I don't know. Vision's pretty bad. Yeah, you're blind as shit. Yeah, you can see the lens is thicker than the 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 frame. So I think I need new ones too. Get LASIK. I don't really want LASIK. I don't mind wearing glasses. It's fine. LASIK is very much worth it. Man, I'm just really worried about because I know for a while LASIK surgery was like not that reliable, and when the tech came out, there were a bunch of companies that rushed to be like the fucking supercuts of LASIK surgery, like yeah, $99 eye surgery, good luck. And then you hear about people who have like vision problems or like permanently itchy eyes, like for the rest of their lives. Fuck that, dude. Like I've been wearing glasses basically since I was like 4 years old. I'm pretty used to it by now. I want everyone in chat thirsting over you, Kanye. Telling you, you're literally twice as wide at the ass as you are at the waist now. This is an advertisement for estrogen, everyone. We're doing a live ad read. Yeah, there are some modern LASIK providers that say they can get better than 20/20 vision. Well, you can have better than 20/20 vision. That's just considered like the gold standard, basically. But yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what mine is. It's pretty fucking bad, I think. um, will you try to top Hassan's pizza activism? You mean like fly down to LA to go to a bunch of striking workers and give them pizza? I'm probably not going to try to top him in that like specific regard. I'd like to believe the whole progressive victory thing probably counts positively. Yeah, I know we haven't done a giant fundraiser stream since the Elden Ring thing, back about a year ago. You know, it's just you really got to pick and choose to make it work. A year ago, what? Yeah, Elden Ring came out about a year ago, a little more than a year ago. What about the Halo stream? Oh yeah, that too. For progressive victory. People with disability or a deficit like poor vision shouldn't be treated any different in a negative way by society, but we should not enshrine such things and shame others for getting fixed or improved. Yeah, this always weirded me out. Like, some people pretend that being disabled isn't worse than not being disabled. And by worse, I don't mean ethically, like you're less of a person. You're not. I mean, like, in terms of just general life quality and ability, right? Um, like that's why it's called disabled. You have less abilities. I don't know why. In my experience, when I've talked to disabled people, by the way, like they find it really patronizing when normally abled people talk about like differently abled. Like a person in a wheelchair isn't differently abled from me. I can sit in a chair and spin a wheel if I want to. All right, I can do that. You're just worse than me. There aren't things you can do and things I can do. There are things I can do that you can't do. I don't know. It's very patronizing, I think, the differently abled thing. And every disabled person, like every person on crutches or a wheelchair that I've ever talked to has agreed with me, you know. I think a lot of them are just like, well, yeah, so there are things I can't do, and then like move on, right? That's fine. I just don't get it's like it's the paternalizing, you know, like, well, I know that you secretly crave validation. And by validation, I mean you want us to pretend you're exactly like everyone else. And I don't think that's people. This is like a stereotype of the left, right? But some people do the thing, you know. I don't think the left broadly does a lot of this stuff. Like, I don't know, condescending racism of low expectations or whatever. But some lefties do, you know. I think it should be called out and identified when it happens. Open the autism eugenics can of worms. Well, I don't think autism's a disability. Autism is like a mental condition. Sometimes it's bad enough that it does like disable you, but as a like by default it doesn't. It's like um it's like I don't know, like ADHD. Maybe not ADHD. Maybe that's not the best example. It's just like it's like a different set of ordered personality traits. But a person being like kind of autistic, that doesn't mean there's like a thing in life they're missing. They're just different. But that's fine, right? Like it's just like behaving differently. Sometimes it's enough of a difference that it's a problem, but I don't know if I feel comfortable thinking of that as like a disability. The way you could like concretely define a disability, a person who is in a wheelchair who doesn't have use of their legs, that's just you don't have use of your legs. Deafness, can't hear. Blindness, you can't see. But autism, it's like you can't stand the feeling of two foods that have different textures in your mouth at the same time. I don't know if that's not. Oh yeah, bro, autism. You're not differently abled. Okay, you're disabled. All right. I can eat mushy peas and bread at the same time, but you can't. So there's just things I can do that you can't, huh? That's so true, Araxio. That's so fucking true. Would ADHD be considered a disability then? I think ADHD would, because ADHD refers to a literal like deficit in the there's some like I don't ADHD isn't like a personality trait, I don't think. It's like a way that the emotional or chemical regulation of your brain. I could be totally off on this. Like I think there's differences here. Like I wouldn't say that depression is like a personality trait that makes you different. I think depression would be a disability. Obviously it's not a physical disability, it's more complicated, but like I don't think you could say like, oh, a person has depression, you know, they're just different. Well, no, they're not different. It's just worse to have depression. It's not like a give and take. It just sucks to have depression. So, you know, OCD probably. I mean, I'm not like a psychiatrist, you know. I'm just saying like broadly that's how I think of it. How do you feel about potentially rectifying genetic disabilities like Downs or dwarfism? Um Well, it depends on how you rectify it, right? Do you mean like selective breeding, or do you just mean like, hey, your fetus might end up with a big disability? We can like give you a shot, and that will make it so they don't, you know, like that kind of thing. Look, this gets into really complicated shit, but like personally, I don't think there's anything fundamentally morally wrong about guiding the health of your unborn child through genetic alteration. There are a million ways it can go wrong, and there's a billion ways it can go wrong when you start involving the state and like legal obligations. But on principle, like by default, I don't think it's innately a bad thing. I think that potentially it could be a good thing, right? Because a higher immunity or resistance to disease, a lower likelihood for some conditions, those are good things that improve the quality of human life. The problem with eugenics has never been the abstract of eugenics, because the abstract is like, what if we all live to be 300 and we're really strong and cool? Like, okay, fine, right? It's always the in practice. What usually happens is a bunch of like white supremacists start measuring skulls, and then like, you know, they make shit up, and you know, Holocaust and blah blah. So you got to be careful with that. you think AI could be used to find cures for disease and illnesses? I All right, I'll yell at you. Okay, AI isn't magic, all right? When we talk about AI right now, we're talking about an iterative process that allows you to build a machine with certain inputs, and then with a control feed that tells that machine like the extent to which what it's doing is like a desired outcome. It can modify and iterate and build on that. Um, Finding cures for diseases and illnesses isn't like a what if we had like 5 billion like chemical parts that we connected and like do it randomly a million billion times. That's just not how it works. The problem with like looking for disease cures, illness cures, isn't what if we had a system that could combine molecules better. It's how do you go through the process of like trialing it and developing it and testing it and studying it. Because if you have a potential cure for some disease, you don't just put that to market. You're looking at years or even decades of research and testing, and AI doesn't like fix any of those problems. I think like maybe AI could like help with some kinds of pattern recognition, or you could argue like maybe it could get really good at seeing what the inside of a body looks like and knowing, okay, well here like the dose of radiation, here a dose. Like there are certainly like things it could do, but it can't solve like the upper order brain work. That's needed for this kind of stuff, because in this case the upper order brain work literally requires like years and years of interpersonal human testing, which is not something the AI can do or even theoretically could do. You need humans for that. um Vosh, I disagree. I don't think deafness is a disability any more than autism is. Well, then you're like delusional. Deafness is literally a disability. That's not the only way in which deaf people are disabled is how their families and people often refuse to learn ASL. Why the fuck would I learn American Sign Language? Like, come on. I can learn ASL. They can't hear me talk. It's a disability. Like, why avoid that? Why not just say, yeah, they are disabled, and I think we should make better accommodations for them. That's fine. Like, I'm so on board with that. Um, but I'm not going to learn ASL. I've interacted with like maybe 3 deaf people in my life. I'm going to learn a language for that. Maybe if I had one who was like a family member, um, or a partner or something. But no, I would never. I don't think I could have a partner who is deaf. I like the sound of my own voice too much. Yeah, sorry. I just had to think about that for a second. A partner who couldn't listen to me talk. That's like 98% of the shit that I. Yeah, hold. No, no, no. I'm so not. Yeah, that's not a good relationship match, you know? Not to say they're inherently worse or anything. Maybe they would consider it a blessing, you know? Like, thank God I don't have to listen to them. But yeah, oh, God, can you sign it all? Just curious. I can do this with the Ahegao when someone's coming on my face. I learned that from the Ollie London H3H3 Ethan Klein stream. Apart from that, no. Oh, nice, heroine. I love it when I'm accidentally right. Vosh just walks around the house all day rambling to himself, mostly to the cats. Deaf from birth people think this way because hearing isn't something they think about. Well, yeah, it's a disability no matter what, but yeah. Do you agree with my take that it is morally correct for parents to get the shot that would prevent their child from having Down syndrome? Okay, this is a really complicated question, all right? But so you have to like arrive at an ethical framework to begin with. And the fundamental question is an action which leads to an outcome as much your responsibility as the consequence of your inaction in the same situation? Or to put it another way, would it be morally wrong for a pregnant woman to do drugs that would give their child Down syndrome? Most people would say yes. So the corollary to that is, if it's wrong to do something that produces Down syndrome in an unborn child, is it wrong to not do something which would prevent it? Now, this is an unanswerable question empirically, because the question of like action versus responsibility for inaction is not like a solvable thing. But in my opinion, I think it would be morally good to prevent the kid from having Down syndrome. Are all humans disabled in comparison to animals that can sense magnetic fields? Well, disability in the context we use it is like a human-centered term, so we wouldn't use it when referencing us to other animals. But if you mean like in a broad sense, like, you know, encompassing all like animalistic behavior, yeah, we would be disabled compared to hawks for their sight, or cats for their hearing, or you know, whatever, a million other things, right? Like, we're humans. Thoughts on conscription? Last resort. I can't dive 3 kilometers like sperm whales, for example. Yeah. But why would you want to? Have you noticed that the ocean is scary? God, can you imagine how scary it would be to be a whale? I know you're really big and all, but just imagine being down there in the infinite void where no light reaches and occasionally, like, hearing a noise. Nah, fuck that, bro. I played Subnautica. No, 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 no. You don't go anywhere near that far down in Subnautica, and that game still scares me, okay? I do not... no, no, that's okay. Yeah, me as a whale, just a giant pussy. I just, like, sort of float on the surface the whole time. I just keep my mouth open and hope that people, like, toss fish in when they swim by or whatever. Bosch, in regards to having a deaf partner, you could just talk and sign at the same time. I'm not Italian, much as I pretend to be sometimes. No, no. They wouldn't hear my voice. I don't like, I'm not here to reveal the whole game to you guys, but like 98% of my hookups are me, like, me autistically rambling to someone about the game idea that I have. And then they're like, oh, okay. And I'm like, here, listen to this. And then I pull out my phone and record a 1-minute clip of me talking about it. And they're like, wow. That's so interesting. Oh my God. This has happened multiple times. I can't do this with a deaf person, okay? Um, all right. Stop. Okay, we need to talk about stuff. I'm so responsible. I saved all the tabs that I would need. Okay, listen up. I got like 20 emails about this video. I don't know why. I don't know if it was like a botnet or something. I don't know if I don't know if like this happens every once in a while where a video will come out and I'll get like 20 emails that are like, "Hey, listen, I don't know if you're busy, but like I think it would be very important for you to go there." It's like a business prompt or something. And it only happens to some videos, and it's usually videos in the scientific community, and they're not bots, I don't think. Because all the emails are different and there's only like 20 and not like 2,000. It's very strange to me. Apparently people are really upset about this. Sabine Hossenfelder is apparently a science education channel that I've never seen, so I'm coming in this with no awareness. Dopamine addiction is a myth. Here's what the science says. I gotta say, I'm a little bit curious as to why she's dressing like a Jedi in this. I think faster than light travel is possible. Here's why. Okay, immediately I'm feeling a little bit skeptical. I don't know what the contents of these videos are, but I'm a little skeptical. But I'm also not a science person, so I don't know. But apparently people are upset about this video. Is being trans a social fad among teenagers? Okay, let's address this from the beginning. I think that all elements of your identity are, to an extent, a social fad. For example, compulsive heterosexuality, or comphet, the idea that heterosexuality is presented as a kind of default modal norm for humans, it compels people to act and live as heterosexuals as a fad. Now, usually when we say fad, we're using this in kind of like a derisive way, like, oh, it's just a fad. But if by fad what we mean is, are there social influences, then the answer is yes and everywhere. The question is, are these influences harmful? So here's like a comparison, okay? Compulsive heterosexuality would lead people to beat and murder gay people for living their lives. That seems bad. Whereas the current popularity of being trans when you're younger doesn't seem to lead to straight or cisgender people getting beaten to death on the streets. We have not seen this giant wave of hundreds and hundreds of anti-cisgender laws. So I don't think whatever trend is happening right now, whatever shift in popularity, I don't think that it's harmful in the way that the previous trends have been. So there you go. That's the opening. You like that? Like that nuance? Nothing less for critiquing, maybe not even critiquing. I haven't seen the video yet. A science YouTube channel. Okay, what's up?
Transgender teens transition. Should transgender teens transition? This rather personal question occupies a prominent place in the American culture war. On the one side, you have people claiming that it's a socially contagious fad among the brainwashed woke who want to mutilate your innocent children. On the other side, there are those saying that it's saving the lives of minorities who've been forced to stay in the closet for too long. And then there are normal people like you and I.
She's German.
Who think both sides are crazy, and could someone please summarize the facts in
Sabine HOSSENFELDER?
simple words, which is what I'm here for. So what's going on? Is it true that the number of teenagers who identify as transgender is rising rapidly? What's gender-affirming care? Does it work? And why are some countries like Sweden, Finland, and the UK rolling back gender-affirming treatments for children? That's what we'll talk about today.
Without the
The
gobbledygook.
vast majority of humans are born with an unambiguous biological sex that's either male or female. While there are some intersex conditions, they're rare. For the most part, biological sex in humans is fairly simple. People with XX chromosomes are biologically female, have ovaries and grow breasts. People with XY chromosomes are biologically male, have testicles and leave the toilet seat up.
I don't know if I'd say it's simple, but yes, generally people fall into those categories. It's called a bimodal range. Oh, nice. There are actual non-automatically generated subtitles.
It's more difficult for some fish who can change their sex, but there are few fish among my subscribers, so with apologies to all fish who may be watching, I'll leave this complication aside. Gender identity.
I don't leave the toilet seat up because I have seen multiple times Pigeon and Artemy try to jump onto the toilet seat without looking to see if it was up or down first, and I do not want them to leap directly into the toilet.
Is as difficult as sex is simple. Gender refers to our internal sense of being female, male, or something else. As everything internal, it's subjective and hard to properly define.
I've never liked... So this isn't me blaming her, because this is like a really common way of framing it. I really do not like thinking of gender as something internal, because I think it's the opposite, right? Like, my biological sex is confined literally to my body. It is as constrained and internal as anything can be. It's literally just me. Whereas when I say, like, what does it mean to be a man? That's like this huge cultural, social thing. So I think there's an internal component, of course, but, you know, obviously I think it's we are very much riding the waves of social you know, of social acknowledgement with that.
Gender identity comes about by a mix of genes, acquired biological traits, environmental and social factors, and cultural expectations. When someone's perceived gender doesn't align with their biological sex, we've come to call them transgender. The other case, when sex aligns with gender, is often called cisgender. Transgender people may feel like they're trapped in the wrong body. Not all, but some of them are distressed by this experience and develop what's called gender dysphoria, a recognized psychological condition which might severely limit their quality of life.
This is complicated, but I'm trying not to be a pedant. We talk about this so much that I'll have like a million thoughts in every level of the video. So I'm going to try to move to, you know, eventually she's going to start making prescriptive statements, and that's what I'm interested in talking about.
Some transgender people prefer not to draw a distinction between sex and gender, and instead distinguish between their experienced gender and the assigned gender, or the gender assigned at birth. For the rest of this video, we'll do the same.
Ooh, I don't like that at all. Acknowledging a distinction between gender and sex is really important to me, because otherwise we're just kind of doing the reverse version of when conservatives say they mean the same thing. Like, your gender is your genitals, but now it's like, actually, your genitals are your gender. And, well, if that's what she's going with, okay, we'll work with it. We'll work with it. It's one of the reasons why I'm an advocate for the use of the term transsexual and transgender, where transgender people are simply people who aren't cisgender, and transsexual people are people who engage in some kind of sexual reassignment. I think that for most people who are transgender, they would probably consider themselves both, but there are a lot of, especially non-binary people who are transgender, objectively, by the definition of the term, that don't have any, like, issues with their biological sex or anything like that. So they would be transgender but not transsexual, and then, like, there are plenty of binary transgender people who are both transgender and transsexual. It sounds old-fashioned and old-timey, but it's a legitimately useful distinction, because to say transgender in all cases with no distinction is kind of to imply that gender and sex are the same thing. Would you say then that HRT femboys are transsexual but not transgender? Yes. Yes, I would. And I know people like that.
Being transgender is neither new nor necessarily detrimental to mental health. It's just a not very common variation of normal human development. Personally, I find it highly questionable there's such a thing as normal human development to begin with. Have you ever seen a normal human? I haven't. More seriously, records of transgender people date back thousands of years. Several cultures, for example in India and Thailand, have communities of a third neutral gender. Unfortunately, transgender people have historically been stigmatized in many societies, have been ridiculed, been targets of violence, and been forced to
They look really good. This is a nice shirt. I like these colors.
fit into the binary masculine-feminine pattern. In many places, this is still happening, and in some countries, such as Indonesia and Nigeria, being transgender is still illegal. The combination of social and physical challenges makes the lives of transgender people, especially young ones, difficult. A 2017 survey of 125,000 American high school students found that transgender students were much more likely to report having suffered sexual violence while on a date, a problem that affects more than 1 in 5, and about 1 in 3 reported having attempted suicide. That's more than 3 times higher than the suicide risk among cis women. This is why, starting in the 1970s, the medical profession took steps to prevent psychological distress of transgender people, the Dutch leading the way. This isn't a History Channel, so I won't go through all the twists and turns. Let me just tell you how gender dysphoria is defined today. Psychiatrists classify mental disorders using the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM for short. Its latest edition is the DSM-5-TR, that's the 2022 update. It specifies gender dysphoria in children as a marked incongruence between one's experienced or expressed gender and assigned gender of at least 6 months duration that is accompanied by a strong desire to be of the other gender or an insistence that one is of the other gender or some alternative gender different from one's assigned gender. It must be associated with significant distress and at least 5 other symptoms, such as a strong preference for toys or clothes stereotypically used by the other gender, or a strong dislike of one's sexual anatomy. That's the
So, okay, that's a very messy sentence. Well, it's medical writing. It's always like that. Okay, this stuff gets this gets really complicated. How do I Okay. I've talked about this before and people get really mad at me, but basically I think that there are 3 kinds of dysphoria that all get lumped together. All right? The kind that everyone imagines and the kind that gets talked about most, I think, is this like innate, ingrained, biological, reflexive discomfort with the sexual attributes of your body. Like having a dick and like being disgustedly uncomfortable with it, and like you're so like solidly intent that your body should be of the other sex, that the negative thoughts surrounding it are like distressing and negative to your life. I think there's a kind of dysphoria that people have where if you could imagine a transgender woman who might not necessarily mind having, like, say, broader shoulders, being a bit taller and having a dick, but there's such a strong social association between being a woman and not having those things that they get upset by the incongruence or distinction, in and of itself. But they wouldn't say if they were just like trapped on a desert island. That's like the standard, right? It's when you're trapped on a desert island, how much carries over? And then for the first category, I'd say like all of it, like all of the dysphoria would carry over. And for the second category, I'd say that none of it would. And then the third, like, sort of broad category that I would fit here is just a, how do I put this? You know how 5,000 years from now, when we live in the cyberpunk future, we'll be able to enter a pod that'll, like, change our bodies on a whim or whatever? I think most people, if they could do so freely, would change something about their body or identity, And the more freeing society is, the more likely people are to go for radical changes. If it's easy to do so, not expensive, not damaging, whatever else. I think that to an extent, a lot of young people today are just, I don't want to sound dismissive. I think a lot of like Gen Z people who identify as non-binary just kind of like, I don't know, draw furry art and wish they were like a big werewolf or something. It's not a specific dysphoria associated with sexual incongruity so much as it is a broader and greater willingness to imagine yourself outside the confines of what human biology, I guess, quote unquote, had in store for you. So it's not like, I was destined to be born a female, and it's not like, well, I was okay with my body, but the social implications are what's upsetting me. It's more like, wow, I just really just don't care that much about what I'm meant to be, and I'm okay with being other things. Does that make sense? Those are, so I think those, when I've talked to trans people, those are the three, like, descriptions of how they feel that I hear. More or less in those categories. It's vague, obviously. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. So those are my thoughts tonight. I'm sorry, I paused this for far too long.
Diagnosis of gender dysphoria. Now let's talk about the self-identification as transgender. The share of people who identify as transgender in the developed world is typically around 0.5%. For example, in the 2021 UK government census, about 0.5% of people older than 16 answered no to the question of whether their gender is the same as their sex registered at birth. The US Census Bureau did a similar survey in 2021 and saw 0.6% identifying as transgender. A 2021 census in Canada among people aged 15 and older saw 0.19% identify as transgender and 0.15% as non-binary. Curiously, though, the fraction is considerably higher among teenagers than among adults. For example, last year a survey from the Williams Institute at UCLA found that in the age group 13 to 17, the percentage of Americans who identify as transgender is about 1.4%, more than twice as high as that among adults. And while the percentage of adults that identify as transgender has remained roughly stable, that among teenagers has almost doubled from 2016 to 2021. It's a steep increase. In the United States, the number of gender clinics which treat children has grown from basically none to more than 100 in 15 years. Just like the wrinkles in my face, a good reminder that correlation is not causation. According to data collected by the American health tech company Komodo Health for Reuters, the number of insured children aged 6 to 17 diagnosed with gender dysphoria in the US has increased from 15,000 in 2017 to 42,000 in 2021, so roughly a factor 2 to 3. About 6,000 of them are either on puberty blockers or undergoing hormone therapy.
Man, it's so few people. In 2021, minors with a gender dysphoria diagnosis initiating puberty blocker treatment, just over 1,000 in the entire United States of America, with 350 million people. That's like it's so marginal. Western civilization has fallen.
One expects the true numbers to be somewhat higher because they didn't count cases that were not covered by insurance, but it's probably not a huge difference. To put these numbers into context, there are about 25 million children in the US in that age group, which means we're talking about roughly 3 in 10,000 children who are taking medication for gender dysphoria. So we may be looking at a steep increase, but the total numbers are small. Still, it's puzzling and not an exclusively American phenomenon either. The same has been observed in the UK.
I don't know if I would say it's puzzling. It seems pretty straightforward. We see this exact same trend every time there's any, like we saw the same thing with gay people. Everyone's seen the left hand in this graph where it went up like sharply and then tapered off, you know. If you have like incredibly arbitrary, strict social restrictions against a group of people that get kind of like lifted or alleviated, like you're going to see stuff like this happen. You know, a lot of boomers are like, oh, back in my day, like we didn't have all these kids with autism. Yes, you did. You just didn't diagnose them with autism. You didn't know. They were still there.
Where the number of referrals to the British Gender Identity Development Service has increased by more than a factor of 20 from 2011 to 2020. It's also been seen in Sweden and in Canada and pretty much everywhere where they've collected numbers. Curiously enough, the big bulk of the increase comes from children assigned female at birth, wishing to transition to male. This is weird because in earlier generations the ratio was the other way round, or approximately equal. The same thing has been observed in the Netherlands, in Spain, in the UK, Canada, Sweden, and is also the case in the USA. Most of the increase in gender dysphoria reports comes from girls. Pretty much no one questions this. What's more controversial is the
I don't like that phrasing. Pretty much no one questions this. This video is generally trying to be pretty objective, I feel, but this is a very, like, narratively loaded thing to say that doesn't add any information other than, like, a vague hint of conspiracism. There are potential explanations that you could go into, but why?
question whether the typical age of girls to report gender dysphoria is also changing, and if so, why? In 2018, the American physician Lisa Littman argued in a paper based on survey results among parents that the girls being referred to gender clinics in recent years are different from those of earlier generations. They show an onset of gender dysphoria during adolescence, but without prior symptoms, a combination that was previously basically unheard of. Littman dubbed it rapid onset of gender dysphoria and suggested that it's a case of social contagion.
Right. So, as we've said before, this study's methodology was surveying parents of trans children that the researcher found on anti-trans websites. From a methodological standpoint, it would be like doing polling on opinions on interracial relationships by finding people from Stormfront. It is so invalid as to be, like, damaging to the credibility of people who even cite the study. Even using this term is a mark against the objectivity of this video, because a cursory look at the study's methodology for a person with any education on proper research, which I assume this woman has, should immediately make you go, oh, wow, I can't use that in my video.
Adolescent girls get the idea from social media or their peers or both and come to believe they want to be men, hoping it'll improve their lives. Superficially, the hypothesis makes sense. According to data from the World Health
Superficially. Okay, so she's going to add on to this.
Organization, adolescent girls are twice as likely as boys to suffer from mental health problems such as depression and anxiety, so they're more likely to have a problem to solve in the first place. Littman speculates that girls that age are more vulnerable to social contagion than boys, though there's little evidence to back this up. Littman's paper was strongly criticized for not being a scientific study.
Nice. Okay, very nice. Happy to hear this.
But a collection of experience reports from parents. The parents were recruited among frequent visitors to websites who are skeptical that transgender self-identification among teenagers is genuine. This means the sample is unlikely to be representative.
I think she should be harsher here. It's unlikely to be representative. We pre-selected for people who would agree with me. It should be considered fully invalid. However, her pointing out that the study is invalid, I would have not mentioned it at all, because there's no point. Like, the study has nothing to offer. Yeah, it's not a bad study. It's like a it doesn't exist.
Indeed, Littman herself writes in a paper that it's a descriptive exploratory study. She describes what those parents say. What to conclude from that is a different story. A paper that came out in August last year claimed to have found evidence for the absence of this rapid onset symptom. However, this paper was also strongly criticized for severe shortcomings, such as, most importantly, for phrasing their survey questions in an ambiguous way and creative methods of interpreting their data.
I don't know if I like... I don't like the equivocation that's being done here. The rapid onset gender dysphoria paper is so bad. It would be like, I don't know. You have to have some incredibly strong words against it. What this is framing it as is like, well, you know, people are arguing there is and isn't rapid onset gender dysphoria. Who can say? When, like, no, the term was created by a completely invalid study and a propagandist. There isn't like a debate on this. It's not a real thing. There's no reason to mention this outside gesturing at centrist objectivity.
The brief summary of this controversy is that at the moment, there is no conclusive evidence neither for nor against the existence of rapid-onset gender dysphoria, though it seems to be supported by anecdotal reports from doctors working in clinics who treat the children.
Excuse me? This term that was just made up by a propaganda paper, well, no one can say if it's really or not, though it is supported by anecdotal reports. What anecdotal reports exactly? Are we going to go over this? This is complete horseshit.
The steep increase in the number of girls reporting gender dysphoria is, however...
That's it? We're just going to say anecdotal reports? That we're just going to say that. Like, to give you guys a comparison, this would be like citing a, like, fake, like, completely nonsense race science paper suggesting that a group of researchers had found the warrior gene in black people. And obviously the paper's completely fucking made up. And then you find one other paper that, like, criticizes the thesis, but, like, there's problems there. And you're like, well, nobody has found any evidence for or against the warrior gene. But, you know, some people have said they've seen it in action. And then moving on. That is unironically, like, what this is. It's insane. That's how bad this is. That's, man.
Clearly evident in the data. Another issue that physicians have brought up is that many of the adolescent children assigned female at birth who are now presenting with gender dysphoria have other psychological problems too.
I wonder why.
So what happens to those children who are diagnosed with gender dysphoria? The treatment regime is called gender-affirming care. It starts with the child adopting a new name and pronouns that fit their chosen gender.
No. Gender-affirming care is just a blanket term. First of all, the use of the term regime is suspect there. Second of all, gender-affirming care is just a blanket term for psychiatric care with regards to gender that does not involve directly denying the purported gender identity of the person you're treating. The only thing gender-affirming care doesn't let you do, and the reason they don't let you do it is because it's been shown to not work, it's not good, is to say, no, actually, you're wrong, you're not trans. But gender clinicians, there's not a process where they begin with, like they think you go into a gender clinic, it's like, oh, okay, well, here, let's choose your new name. What? No? That's, okay.
They begin to change their appearance and join groups that belong to that gender.
Whoa. Oh, no. They can do that if they want. This is, the way she's making it sound is that this is like a prescribed medical thing. Like the doctor, the doctor tells you, okay, time for you to grow your hair out and join the women's soccer team. No, that's not how it works. Therapy by a gender clinician is usually just you sit down and talk with them about your feelings and experiences, and the clinician tries to give you information and advice that helps you come to terms with your identity and what would make you happy. But it's by definition not a prescriptive process. Like, the doctor doesn't tell you what to do, say, or believe. That's stupid. Am I coming off as pedantic here? I feel like this video took a nosedive, like, really quickly.
For example, if you want to be a girl...
I mean, she's trying to explain this to normies? Yeah, but she's wrong. I feel like the explanation I'm giving right now, even though it's not scripted and I'm kind of rambling because it's, you know, a live stream, I feel like I'm doing a fine enough job explaining these concepts. Like, that's not an excuse to be wrong.
Oh, you join the physics club. At the age of 10 or so, they begin taking puberty...
Wait, what? If you... Oh, that was a joke. Okay, that was a joke. That was cute. Sorry. All right, that took me a second. That was funny.
Blockers, which are...
The joke is that she probably went to a physics club, and she's a girl. At the age she is, I imagine her joining a physics club back when she was younger probably would have gotten her some flack. Yeah, it was a joke. Okay.
Which prevent the onset of puberty and stop the development of secondary sexual characteristics.
No, taking puberty blockers is not just an automatic part of gender-affirming care. It's not like an automatic thing that happens. If that was the case, why is there such a huge incongruity between the number of children in America who have been diagnosed with gender dysphoria and the number who are on puberty blockers? She just showed us numbers where there was several orders of magnitude difference between the number of gender dysphoric kids and the number of puberty blocking kids. So if this was just a part of the process, also 10 is incredibly early. It's not unheard of or whatever, but like that's like not the normal age to take puberty blockers from what I've heard.
The onset of puberty and stop the development of secondary sexual characteristics such as breasts, body hair.
She lacks nuance. No. In this case, she's being objectively wrong. She's not like, getting this a little wrong. She's like, this is just lying. Gender affirming care is not your doctor tells you your new names and pronouns, makes you grow out your hair, sends you to different social groups, and then at 10 you're given puberty blockers. That's just not true.
Or collections of sanitary pads from every possible brand in existence, which is what happened in our household. Puberty blockers are used to prevent the dysphoria from getting worse and also to give the children time to make up their mind. The medication is typically given as injections, either monthly or every 3 months, or through an implant placed under the skin of the upper arm, which needs to be replaced every 12 months. If the children and their parents wish to go forward, then at the age of 15 or so, they proceed with hormone therapy to induce puberty of the newly chosen.
I hate how like prescriptive this is sounding. Like this is just the standard, like every single dysphoric kid just, yeah, they go in, they get the diagnosis, they do all these things. At 10, they get the puberty blockers, then they get the like, no, that's just not true. There are people who are quite young who get hormone therapy in line with their doctor's recommendations, but the idea that this is some kind of standard regimen is just objectively not the case. I think you're being a bit harsh, Vaush. Well, we're talking about misinformation concerning the central subject of a genocide that's brewing against a minority group right now. I think it's okay to be, specific. And what's more, this isn't just a little wrong. This is very wrong.
Gender. This means those assigned male at birth take drugs to block testosterone and instead increase estrogen levels. Those assigned female at birth instead suppress estrogen and take testosterone. At least in previous cohorts, most children who took puberty blockers continued with hormone.
I don't know, it seems like you're reacting more towards her delivery than her message. Wait, am I getting trolled right now? Everything that she's been saying for the past minute has been wrong. I have no idea what... Chat, if you like this YouTuber, okay, then, I don't know, go, deal with that yourself. That's between you and the fucking pastor at the Catholic Church. Go confess yourself. I don't fucking care. I'm not interested in your opinions on this, okay? She's wrong. That's not opinions. That's a fact. And there's a difference between, petty incorrectness that you can be pedant about. That's, that happens. But this is come on. This is a science YouTuber. She's apparently held in high regard. I don't think it's unreasonable of me to expect a certain degree of care and caution when talking about an issue of this level of social importance. I'm not being too demanding here. She's just saying stuff that's wrong.
Hormone therapy. According to estimates from the Netherlands, as much as 95%. Some of them might eventually choose surgery to reshape genitals and breasts or remove internal organs. But surgeries are almost always delayed until adult age. They are basically unheard of in children and are very rare in teens. The American healthcare system isn't exactly known for being affordable, so you won't be surprised to hear that the costs for gender-affirming care in the US can be substantial. Costs for hormone therapy are typically $100 to $200 a month, plus expenses for the doctor's visits and the counseling. Surgery starts at $3,000 to $10,000 for top surgery, whereas bottom surgery typically costs around $25,000. And let's be clear that those innocent-sounding euphemisms mean they're cutting off parts of the anatomy that'll never come back.
Yes. So there's a bit of that narrativization as well. The idea that the term bottom surgery is some kind of sinister ploy to cover up the extremely secret knowledge that bottom surgery means cutting your dick. It doesn't, first of all, it doesn't even mean cutting your dick off. It does a loop-de-loop, okay? It's not even cutting, it doesn't cut the dick off. It does a loop-de-loop, okay? It's very complicated. But second of all, why add this unless you're if she's doing the science reading bit, why wouldn't she just say, to be clear, bottom surgery means turning a penis into a vagina or a vagina into a penis? Why wouldn't she just say that? As opposed to this, fear-mongering bullshit.
This is only the cost for the surgery itself, not the care they'll need afterwards. There are no reliable numbers on the total cost, but experience reports that you find online say the total expenses for gender-affirming care can exceed $100,000 even with insurance coverage.
Isn't that about the cost of having a kid? Like, not through their life, but like the first couple of years? It's more than 100,000 for the full 18 years or something. It's a lot. I don't know exactly. It's a lot of money, sure. I think it should be free.
Okay, so some people are making a lot of money with this.
Okay. All right. There's nothing inherently wrong with this, but so much of the concern, like we saw this with Ollie London the other day, where it's like, these clinics and their profit motive. Well, yeah, it's the American healthcare system. It's not really a trans-specific thing. She could just be making a statement about America and not a statement about these surgeries specifically. But I don't know, in the context of the discourse.
Does it at least work? Puberty blockers work in the sense that they block puberty.
True.
Side effects include, but are not limited to, weight gain, headaches, reduced growth, and a significant decrease in bone density.
Oh, we're gonna go over everything here, aren't we? From my understanding, the process of taking hormone blockers, it like every medication can lead to side effects. Like, go look at the back of your aspirin bottle. As I understand it, puberty blockers don't really rough your body up that much. What's more, it does not lead to a significant decrease in bone density. The lack of hormones in your body, because you're taking puberty blockers, can lead to a temporary reduction in your growth and your bone density that gets compensated for by then taking hormones or just not taking the puberty blockers and getting your regular hormones back. So yes, puberty is a biological process that makes you big and strong. So when you take the drugs that keep you from experiencing puberty, it prevents you from being big and strong. But that's why it's temporary. And then you take hormones or just go back to your regular hormones. So the vast majority of people who take puberty blockers go on to take hormones as well.
The effects of those drugs are often described as being reversible in the sense that normal development resumes once children stop taking them. But this is a dangerous oversimplification.
Oh, no.
There are few long-term studies on people who have been taking puberty blockers.
We've been using them since the 1980s. They were used on children with rapid onset puberty as young as 8, 9, 10 years old. We've studied their effects. We've known for decades. We know what they do. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna need a 50-year longitudinal analysis on these children before we can know. She's a physicist. She doesn't know shit about biology. Okay, but the only places you would get this kind of misinformation from are anti-trans sources. I have a feeling that she's like checked out a bunch of research documents that have been compiled by so-called centrists who do the Ollie London thing, where they're like, oh, we love trans people. We just have legitimate concerns, blah, 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 blah. And she's trying to find a middle ground between an incorrect right-wing side and a correct left-wing side.
But those that exist show that bone density is unlikely to entirely recover.
Oh, fuck. Okay, where's that study? God damn it. Do we really have to do this? This study, somebody find me that chart. The one how bone density recovers after you get off the puberty blockers or start taking hormones, in which case you get off the puberty blockers. The bone density chart. Where's the bone density chart? God damn it. It's in the description. I don't want her... I don't know what she has down there. I mean, the objective study on the subject. Somewhere out there. I'm checking my doc. Do I even have it in here? I don't even think I have it in my thing. Chart. Effects on bone density, puberty, blockers. It's like a couple of lines next to each other based on different cases. It's a chart. I'm illiterate. I can't. read words. I have to see a chart. Where's that chart? Why is it not in the doc? I don't know. You put it in there. Shut up. If somebody finds it, let me know. It does have to be added in there. Oh my god, these words.
Which means a lifelong increase of the risk to break bones.
Okay, by what amount? If there was like if you could talk to like a trans person and be like, hey, you get to, okay, here you go, hypothetical trans woman. You get to take medicine that will prevent you from having ever experienced a male puberty. Body hair, facial hair, wide shoulders, Adam's apple. You don't have to worry about any of it, okay? None of that will be a problem for you. You get to be a young shit. And the consequence, the like trade-off here is that you have a 2% higher likelihood of breaking your arm at one point in your life. Who wouldn't take that deal? They all would. Every one of them. So by what amount are we talking? Man, I wish I could find that chart. I think, did Merrick link it once? Or maybe it was SDL? I don't remember.
Studies have suggested that taking puberty blockers increases the risk of heart problems and may result in genital underdevelopment or fertility complications.
Okay, wow. All right. First of all, I haven't heard anything about the risk of heart problems. That is just not something that I've heard about. So unless I'm shown a reason to believe that's real, I don't think that's real. And second of all, genital underdevelopment or fertility complications. They block puberty. You're describing a feature, not a bug.
Though I have to warn you that at the moment, none of those studies are particularly conclusive because the sample sizes are small.
Really? Well, good to know we're filling our videos with nothing but the most pressing and relevant analyses on this hot button issue.
Small. On top of this comes the psychological problem that not entering puberty when all your peers do isn't easy to cope with either. In 2016, the American Food and Drug Administration ordered makers of puberty blockers to add a warning about mental health problems to the drug's label after they received several reports of suicidal thoughts in children who were taking them.
Yes. Drug manufacturers will add literally anything to the warning label on the back of their bottle. Because that is what they do. Again, look at your local aspirin thing. I have some naproxen sodium for my costochondritis thing. Hold on. Does it have the big warning list here, or would that have been on the box that I got it in? Increase the risk of heart attack, heart failure, and stroke. Well, shit! I can't believe the fucking deep state is keeping people from knowing that mild fever reducers can lead to symptoms may include hives, facial swelling, skin reddening, just it's like, guys, we've heard reports that some of the teenagers that take your drugs may or may not be feeling suicidal. We don't have any studies to secure a correlation, but let's get that added. Why don't we? Why not get suicidal thoughts added to like Flintstone vitamin gummies? Those are for kids. I bet lots of kids have suicidal thoughts, and they take Flintstone vitamin gummies. Huh? Let's just call it up. Time for Big Flintstone to pay for their crimes against the mental wellness of young people. Being born might cause you to die. Many people are saying this.
So clearly you want to have a good reason to put your child through this.
Oh, the narrativization. Hey, here is a bunch of medical complications associated with puberty blockers. They're not conclusive because the study sizes are small, and also I made some of this stuff up. Also, did you know some children have had suicidal thoughts? There was no study proving any kind of causative factor from the puberty blockers, even though they've been used since the 1980s. But, you know, so that's also the thing. So yeah, basically, if you give your child puberty blockers, they like die instantly. You know, it's up to you.
Unfortunately, the evidence that puberty blockers actually improve the mental health of children presenting with gender dysphoria is slim.
Oh yeah? Do you want to substantiate that? I've talked to a decent number of people who have taken hormone blockers before getting their like puberty, the hormone or whatever, and I don't think I've ever talked to a single one who had anything but positive. They all want to be young shits.
Some studies have found a small benefit in the reduction of suicidal tendencies, but these studies didn't have control groups, so the benefit might have come simply from receiving a treatment and being cared for. Other studies have found that puberty blockers given to kids with severe and persistent gender dysphoria had no significant effect on thoughts of self-harm or body image.
Where? Just, I want to see that study. I would love to see the methodology on that one. Transcript and references on Patreon. Really? She paywalls her sources. Well. How much is it? I'm not giving her a cent.
The UK's National Institute for Health did a systematic review of the literature in 2020 and found that the results of the reviewed studies were of very low certainty and that the studies suggest little change with puberty blockers from baseline to follow-up.
Okay. You all realize that puberty blockers on their own don't fix anything, right? Like, the literal point of puberty blockers is to stop your body from changing, i.e. to keep it as is. If there's a 10-year-old with gender dysphoria, them taking puberty blockers won't make things better. It'll just prevent them from getting worse. That's the point. The puberty blockers on their own aren't meant to fix gender dysphoria. They're meant to prevent it from getting worse when you experience a puberty that causes your bodies to change in ways that make you feel
Nice
worse.
arguments.
Oh, sorry. Somebody provided the source.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Excellent. Thank you. Oh, somebody ripped a transcript of the source list. Wow, this is quite long. Okay, hold on. All right, let's take a look. In 2016, the American Food and Drug Administration ordered makers of puberty blockers to add a warning about mental health problems to the drug's label after they received several reports of suicidal thoughts in children who were taking them. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. The citation is that awful Reuters article that we spent 2.5 hours tearing into on stream. The one that that's the source? This isn't a source. This is an editorial. It's a narrative. Oh, I'm glad whoever linked this is going to be great. Thank you very much. We tore through this. I streamed 2 hours later on this day because this article is so fucking terrible. It's basically like, here, we're going to focus on the story of a young trans girl for whom everything is going right. Now, let me explain how, despite that, actually being trans is terrible and every effort made to help trans people is actually abuse. And then you have, like, the girl and everything's going fine with her. Well, I mean, obviously she's, like, trans in the Midwest or whatever, so not everything's going fine, but, like, you know, it would not have been better denying her the healthcare she wanted. Okay, so that's one source down. Other studies have found that puberty blockers given to kids with severe and persistent gender dysphoria had no significant effects on self-harm or body image. Why would puberty blockers have an effect on body image when the thing that puberty blockers does is keep the image of your body from changing? What are you talking about? That's the point. Here, hold on. I'm trying to open up the BMJ article. View full text? You have to log in. Or subscribe for £173. That's also an option. Puberty blockers used to treat children aged 12 to the study is found. A study is found. What study? Give me the study. Why is she linking a study on a study and not the study? Where's the study? Oh God, is every source going to be like this? Just give me a second. Oh, here's the fucking rapid onset gender dysphoria thing from Littman. Okay, hold on. Where's this study? On reading the study mentioned in the first paragraph. Wait, this is a letter from the editor. Participant experience of Wait! This is a response to the original article, which I can't read because it's behind a paywall. So this is somebody officially replying to the paper that is being cited in this god-awful video. Dear editor, participant experience of treatment as reported in interviews was positive for the majority, particularly relating to feeling happier, more comfortable, having better relationships with family and peers, and positive changes in gender role. This does not match the claim made in the title. If the majority of participants expressed more positive emotions, then it is counterintuitive to say it has no effect on negative thoughts. Further explanation from the authors discusses the differences in evaluating the sole effect of puberty blockers on mood, since the social environment and relationships participants form with others is a significant factor in mood. This complexity makes it difficult to ascertain the actual impact of puberty blockers on psychological well-being. On discussing the limitations of the study, the authors explored the qualitative aspects of their feelings. A more detailed qualitative experience of participant experience was not, or evaluation of participant experience was not possible due to lack of interviewer time. Had to rush this paper out, did we? Not lack of interviewee time, lack of interviewer time. And reporting of interview data was restricted to perceptions of positive and negative change, the giving of examples. It highlights the importance of qualitative data to build in the study and optimize patient experience in the future. Moreover, it recognizes that the difference between changes in mood and psychological well-being in patients isn't universal. These participants have family with different opinions, different relations to gender, and different aims from transitioning. It's important to recognize the impact of headlines, even if the content of the article is an update on a legal situation. Since very few people read the study, interpretation of studies in mainstream news play a significant role in swaying public opinion. Speaking of people not reading the fucking study, oh my God, dude. Wow, this video is incredible. The UK's National Institute for Health did a systemic review of the literature in 2020 and found the results of the reviewed studies were of very low certainty. Okay? Pretty sure I've heard of this before. Gonadotrophin releasing hormone analysis, which has 131 pages. Nice. Where is that conclusion, baby? 45? Okay. Yep. We don't have time for all this shit. Page 45. The results of the studies that were reported impact the critical hospitals for mental health, the important outcomes, body image, and of low certainty using modified gray. They suggest little change with GnRH analogs based follow-up. Questionable clinical value studies are not reliable and change. It's plausible, however, that a lack of difference in scores from baseline to follow-up in the effect of GnRH analogs in children, adolescents, gender dysphoria, increased impact on dysphoria and determined times, since they were baseline to follow-up of the person. The results of these studies that reported bone density outcomes suggest that GnRH analogs may reduce the increase in bone density, which is expected during puberty. However, as the studies themselves are not reliable, the results could be due to confounding bias or chance. While controlling trials may not be possible, comparative studies are needed to understand the association. So literally all this is saying is that more research needs to be done on the subject. There's not the conclusion of this giant report that was prepared on fucking Turf Island as part of their master strategy to kill all trans people doesn't even include a portion where they say, hey, the evidence says this is bad. It just says there needs to be more research. But they want to take away the ability to do research because they're trying to make it legally impossible to even do the things that they would then research. Cool. Well, back to this. That was her claim in the video, that the evidence is inconclusive. Yeah, after lying and misciting previous sources that are all built to lead to the conclusion that this isn't good for kids. She literally said, like, wow, you'd better have a lot of good evidence to put your kid through this. And by put them through this, what she meant was like bullshit. This is highly narrativized. This is disgusting. I thought just fucking once, I could have like a response video or a review video of transphobic or at least not pro-trans academic stuff and have it like an actual battle of the minds here, you know? Like she could be like, okay, well, here's like a bunch of really interesting data. I'd be like, oh, I haven't seen that. I have to look at. But no, it's the same bullshit as ever. And it will never change because I'm right. I'm never not going to be on this. My conclusions are the definitive result of the science that we have at present. I'm not going to get a good argument on the subject because there are no good arguments. It will never change. This is just like a scientific veneer over the same panicked fear-mongering that I hear from literally anything else. Guys, how much of a difference is there, fundamentally, I mean, between this video and what we were hearing from Ollie London? The honest truth is, not much. Obviously, Ollie London is an outright fascist, or at least a mouthpiece for them. And this lady's, I don't think she's a fascist. I think she's just a centrist who doesn't know much about trans issues. I don't know if she's anti-trans or not. I don't think she's a fascist at all, though. That's not my impression of this video. But on the fundamentals, we're reinforcing this exact same panicked narrative. The same fundamental misinformation gets repeated in both cases. It's, if anything, a difference in tone more than content. All right, well, there's still more to go through.
In gender dysphoria, mental health and psychosocial impact. They also say that, quote, studies that found differences in outcomes could represent changes that are either of questionable clinical value or the studies themselves are not reliable and changes could be due to confounding bias or chance, end quote. Let's then look at hormone therapy that replaces the hormones of the assigned gender with that of the chosen gender.
Of course, we do have a ton of research of the effect of long-term hormone, taking. So, is she going to do the same thing? Is she going to be like, well, we don't really know, because we do know on this.
This is usually done at the age of 16 to 18 or so much later than the usual onset of puberty.
Man, if you listen to her, you would think every trans is a young shit, huh? That's kind of wild, right? Like,
when hormone therapy is later discontinued, some characteristics such as skin texture, muscle mass, and fat deposition are partly reversible. Others are not. Adam's apple protrusion, voice changes, male pattern baldness, and breast development are irreversible once developed. Yeah, once your hair's gone, even as
no. Testosterone will lower your voice even if you experience female puberty, and I'm pretty sure I've heard that taking estrogen reduces male pattern baldness, like it just stops it. As for breast development, if you have a male puberty and then take estrogen, you can grow breasts. I don't know what you mean by like this isn't changeable. When hormone therapy is later when hormone therapy is later discontinued, so if you take estrogen but then stop, some characteristics are partially reversible, others are not. Okay, I think she's saying that if you take estrogen and you develop male pattern baldness, you can't unbald your head, which, yeah. And if you take estrogen for a while but then stop, you can't untitty your titty. Okay. And as for voice changes, you can absolutely change your voice. Stop spamming. You ever hear, like, transphobes love to do this. They're like, did you know that taking estrogen can cause irreversible changes in your body? Really? I'm sure the millions of people who take it didn't know that. That's definitely not the reason they started.
Development are irreversible once developed. Yeah, once your hair's gone, even estrogen won't make it come back.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, guys. The effects of hormone therapy on fertility are presently unclear.
No, they're pretty clear. It negatively affects it. Trans people know that. They know this. Why do people pretend like, did you know? Hey, a trans woman who just got bottom surgery. Did you know that might negatively affect your fertility? Really? they're not going to be shooting fat ropes anymore? That's crazy. If only a doctor had told them that before they paid $25,000 to make their dick do a loop-de-loop.
Does it benefit the well-being of transgender people?
Oh, no.
Just a few months ago, a team of American researchers published the results of a study on gender-affirming hormone therapy in adolescents. They followed 315 transgender and non-binary participants aged 12 to 20 for 2 years. In the abstract, they claim they found an increase in reported appearance congruence, that is, how well the participants felt their gender aligned with their appearance, positive affect, and life satisfaction.
Just to be clear, we have like a billion studies on the effects of hormone therapy with regards to happiness, lowered suicide rates, decreased gender dysphoria, longer life expectancy, and low regret rates. Like, we have so much.
They also found a decrease of depression and anxiety symptoms. These decreases are statistically significant, but that doesn't mean they're large. Life satisfaction, for example, increased by 2.3 points per year on a 100-point scale, and depression scores decreased by 1.3 points per year on a 63-point scale.
Okay. I mean, we're talking about 18 to 20-year-olds for 2 years, so they're already at the point in life where people are experiencing like the highest levels of life fluctuation, uncertainty, dissatisfaction, confusion, and mental illness. I mean, we literally have studies that like look at the effects that hormones have in people's lives over decades, like lots of them. We have meta-analyses on dozens and dozens of studies to this effect that show uniformly positive effects. So it's like, well, here, we're going to cherry pick this one study, and then we're going to say like, oh yeah, for this already like mentally, complicated point in your life, for this one specific window, we see a positive increase across the board, but like only a bit.
By 2.3 points per year on a 100-point scale, and depression scores decreased by 1.3 points per year on a 63-point scale. You might say that's better than nothing, but these numbers in and of themselves don't tell you anything because the study didn't have a control group.
Oh my God. You don't... Listen, when you do control groups for trans people taking hormones, the control group that you do is people who aren't taking the hormones. I'm going to my research document. This is ridiculous. I know people get bored when I start, like, flexing documents or whatever, but this is fucking insane. Here we go. Meta-analysis of 27 studies on patient regret rates following gender-affirming surgery, of which, of nearly 8,000 patients surveyed, only 77 or 1% reported regret. Here. Surveys to surgeons asking for opinions from patients. Total patients affected between 18 and 27,000. Regret rate was 62. Not 62%, 62, or 0.2 to 0.3%. Here we go. This one, regret rate, reversal rate, 0.3%. Whenever the fuck that one decides to load. Okay, hold on. Get fucking... Jesus Christ. Gender transition positive effect. All right, here we go. Meta-analysis of 26 studies. Wait, not 26. I'm dumb. 56 studies. 52 indicating transitioning has a positive effect on the mental health of trans people, and 4 indicating mixed or no results. 0 studies indicating no effect. Longitudinal study. Oh, longitudinal study. That's... Wow, longitudinal? That's what we're talking about. You know, like over time. What's the methodology here? A total of 55 young trans people, 22 trans women, 33 trans men. Puberty suppression was assessed 3 times. Before the start of puberty suppression, mean age 13.6 years. When cross-sex hormones were introduced, mean age 16.7 years. And at least 1 year after gender reassignment surgery, mean age 20.7 years. Psychological functioning, body image, global functioning, gender dysphoria, depression, anxiety, emotional behavioral problems, and objective social, education, professional functioning, and subjective well-being were investigated. The results, all of them improved. Wow. Improvements in psychological functioning were positively correlated with post-surgical subjective well-being. Damn, they got the whole 9 yards in there. They got the hormone blockers, the hormones, and the fucking surgery. That's crazy. Wow, self-reported effects from people who undergo... Oh, this is also surgery. Sex reassignment surgery. Most of them said, woo, feeling way better. That's great. Where's the fucking... Where's the other hormone one? Quality of life raises dramatically with gender-affirming treatment. Whoa. From the National Library of Medicine. That's crazy. Analyze data regarding quality of life in the transgender population. Does transitioning help transgender people? It's a meta-analysis of how many papers? How many papers were involved? 29 studies were included within the review and data extraction from meta-analyses available in 14 studies. All right, what were the conclusions? That's crazy. That's so many big numbers. Quit making me scroll through things I don't want to scroll through. Conclusion, conclusion, conclusion. Where is it? Where is it? Discussion. I'm bored. We'll read the summary from my own paper. Fuck you. Longitudinal study. However, the quality of life raises dramatically with gender-affirming treatment. Damn! That's crazy. Did I quote dramatically, or did they use the term dramatically? I did not. I used the term dramatically. Where's the actual numbers here? Longitudinal studies, amelioration of body image, quality of life. Oh my god, there are so many numbers. Conclusion. The effect of gender-affirming therapy is linked to gender more positive or quality of life in trans men and trans women post-GAT. Yeah, right there. Shown to improve post-GAT, quality of life. Just, I'm sorry, I know that was a lot. It's just like, I can't believe she's pretending we don't have research that shows that hormones have a positive... Talk to any trans person. Whatever, just... We're going to end up doing this forever.
Many previous studies have found that life satisfaction in this age group on average declines, which makes you think...
Where? What? Where? What?
Satisfaction in this age group...
Why is it showing my taskbar at the front there? Stop that. How do I make that go away? Go away.
On average...
The taskbar. At the bottom. Press Windows key? That didn't fix it. Restart File Explorer? Oh. My computer gonna explode?
Declines, which makes you think they either had a...
Wait, what?
Control group. Many previous studies have found that life satisfaction in this age group on average...
oh boy. Wait, hold on. Computer? We done having a temper tantrum? We gonna be okay? All right. Okay. Let's just move it along.
Declines, which makes you think they either had a non-representative sample to begin with, or the fact of being treated itself had a positive effect. If you look closer at their data, it also turns out that the researchers only saw the psychological improvements for anxiety, depression, and life satisfaction among those designed female at birth, but not among those designed male at birth, a fact that, interestingly enough, isn't mentioned in the abstract. The authors speculate that the reason may be...
As I said, we have an overwhelming body of evidence on this subject. I don't feel there's any worth in continuing to point this out.
That they only followed the participants for 2 years, but it usually takes longer for trans girls to grow breasts of a decent size. So maybe it just takes longer for the benefits to become apparent. They also point out that social acceptance of trans women and trans men is different. Maybe that's the right explanation, or maybe not. As we've seen previously, young women on average suffer from more mental health problems than boys. And the 2019 meta-analysis of 27 randomized placebo-controlled trials found that testosterone treatment is associated with a significant reduction in depressive symptoms in men. So maybe the hormones did it, but does it have anything to do with a gender transition? Another issue pointed out by Jesse Singer is...
Well, that's a fucking sentence you love to hear in an objective scientific assessment of transgender issues. Oh, yeah. Trans researcher Jesse Singal.
that the variables analyzed in the paper are not those they'd said they'd analyze in the pre-registered protocol. This means they had an opportunity to cherry-pick their results, which makes their measure of statistical significance obsolete. I'm not saying that that's what they did, but since they didn't adhere to the protocol, which they themselves pre-registered, it's a possibility that their results are just random noise. Another paper that is often presented by people favoring hormone treatment is one that was published in 2022 in the journal Pediatrics. They followed about 100 young Americans that were either transgender or non-binary, or at least they tried. By the end of the trial, only 64 were left. So we're talking about a really small sample.
It's just really curious to me why she's not bringing up any of the studies that I just mentioned that have sample sizes in the thousands. It's really interesting to me why, like, there's so much research on this, and just coincidentally, somehow, she's managing to find these tiny ones she has specific issues with.
About 2/3 of the participants began a therapy either with puberty blockers or gender-affirming hormones during the trial. The remainder served as a control group. The researchers observed 60% lower odds of depression and 73% lower odds of suicidal thoughts among youths who had initiated puberty blockers or hormone therapy compared with those who had not. They saw no effect for anxiety. In case that sounds good, here's the fine print. The mental health of those who were treated did not improve. What happened instead is that the mental health of those who were not treated got worse.
Wow. Okay. Remember earlier when we said that the point of puberty blockers is to keep things from getting worse?
And in the end, the untreated control group totaled 7 people. I know as a particle physicist I may be used to unreasonably high standards of statistical significance and sample size, but I'm not impressed. Aren't there any...
Well, yeah, because you're deliberately choosing AI art. You're deliberately choosing studies that have small sample sizes and avoiding ones that have large sample sizes. Also, yeah, you can see it right here, but the other group isn't framed as an official control group. They have a baseline and then the longitudinal analysis where they have people who have and then have not yet gone through the procedures that are being looked at, but they're not framed as a control group. It's just a what is the effect of these procedures on these people over time. She's completely full of shit on this part. Rebecca Watson has a brief segment going over how this person is completely misrepresenting this study.
But even with the absolute basics of mental health resources and puberty blockers, plus the option to go on hormones, the evidence is simply overwhelming. But HOSSENFELDER dismisses them for often having a lack of a control group. She does address one of these studies I mentioned earlier, the one that showed a 73% reduction in suicidality, but she dismisses it for 2 reasons. First, because she points out that the mental health of the kids in treatment didn't improve so much as the mental health of the kids who didn't get treatment was way worse. It declined significantly. Sabine, we call that a control group. You were literally just complaining about the lack of a control group in other studies. That's a control group. And that is a valid result. Kids who don't get this treatment, their mental health goes all to shit. The kids that do get the treatment maintain their mental health. That's good. That's evidence of good in that treatment. The second reason she dismisses it, she circles this on the screen to point out that the untreated control group at the end of the study consisted of only 7 people, which is a very small number. And also this is super disingenuous because the researchers noted that depressive symptoms and suicidality were 2-fold to 3-fold higher than baseline levels at 3 and 6 months of follow-up as well, not just at the end of the study. And those groups had 38 and 24 people respectively. Out of 108 total subjects, that's a perfectly valid amount for a control group that is obviously going to get progressively smaller as the study goes on and as more of those kids finally enter into care. But
I want to point out, by the way, that when you're talking about like highly qualitative studies that factor in stuff like mental health care and wellness, it's not at all uncommon for longitudinal studies to have a small number of people. Do you think longitudinal studies, which require like multiple follow-ups, visits, consultations, interviews, writing down like non-specific answers, trying to parse them, getting numbers, all that, do you think they run those for 20,000 people? Studies that have enormous sample sizes are usually studies that are like pull doctors to pull info from patients that have already done a thing or not, or they it's like a one and done kind of thing. Longitudinal studies will often have smaller numbers of people. And I think the problem that we're running into here is that we have a bunch of grifting fucks who will simultaneously ignore the existing research we have in the subject and will then lie about the smaller studies and pretend that longitudinal studies over the course of 1 year are somehow invalid because the consistent results found across that year at times have only 7 people in one group or another. It's just so disingenuous.
In the end, the untreated control group totaled 7 people.
Keep in mind, control groups are meant to do different things. If you're trying to test whether or not a medicine is safe, you want a control group of an enormous number of people because you want an enormous sample size, because it's possible that you get 100 people and it lucks out and nobody gets sick, but you have 1,000 and then some people do get sick or whatever, right? Even 10,000. Depending on how large the margin of risk is, you might need a very high sample size. But when you're doing a longitudinal study where the point is comparing people to their past selves, guys, the past you is the control group. That's the point of the longitudinal study in many cases. In this case, it's both your past self and the people who haven't yet gotten on the study. The goals of the research aren't, is anyone in this group going to experience a negative outcome? It's, what is the average outcome of this group? This isn't just her being specific because she's a physicist. This is her being retarded because she's a retard. I'm sorry. This is a shocking level of ignorance from a person who pretends to have an understanding of research methodology. This is not high specificity. She's just wrong. Here's a transphobic tweet that she tweeted. I don't know if this is necessarily transphobic. It's just dumb. Just low IQ. Pope allows women to vote at upcoming bishops' meeting. Looking forward to the first non-binary pope. It's the kind of stupid thing that a right-winger would tweet, but it also might just be the kind of stupid thing one of you guys would tweet. So, I don't know. She doesn't give me, fascist vibes. She just gives me, she's kind of stupid and self-important. Guys, physicists and STEM majors are socially unaware, emotionally unintelligent blowhards who are dwarfed intellectually by people who do work in sociology, criminology, and linguistics and will never understand how out of their depth they are. This is why every time you see a STEM lord on Twitter talk about how you could solve society by putting AI in charge of our criminal justice system, you're like, wow, how is it that you can code programs and you're this fucking retarded? How the fuck can you possibly understand how to write code? And this is where you are. You have no idea what's going on in the world. It's like Elon Musk brain. She's a boomer-pilled contrarian. She does this stuff in her own field as well. She's not even liked by other STEM people. That's how bad she is. Well, we did see a video of hers down here that's literally her saying... Shut up. That's literally her saying, I think faster than light travel is possible. Here's why. And again, not a physicist, but I can't imagine any reason why a video like this would be made if not for contrarianism. Oh, God, no, the whole channel is full of this. Dopamine addiction is a myth. Here's what the science says. Clickbait title. Collective stupidity, how can we avoid it? I guarantee you this video is trash. I believe chatbots understand part of what they say. Let me explain it. This is nonsense. This is jibber jabber. These are inflammatory contrarian titles that are designed to incite controversy and get rage views. Not to say all of them are necessarily bad. And why are you on the phone? The phone wouldn't even work on the moon. Idiot. I knew that and she didn't. That's a landline.
I know as a particle physicist I may be used to unreasonably high standards of statistical significance and sample size, but I'm not impressed. Are there any better studies? No, there are not.
Oh yeah, sorry, this guy has 5 fingers. Sorry, you always got to check with the AI art. There you go.
There are at present no high-quality studies that conclusively demonstrate these treatments are beneficial.
Yes, there are. We just looked at them. I'm not going over them again.
The British National Health Service looked at this in 2020 and found evidence from 5 observational studies.
This was the one that had the response from the editor where they were like, hey, I can't help but notice that the title is lying. Or this is evidence review, but the paper itself had that criticism.
Which suggests that gender-affirming hormones are likely to improve symptoms of gender dysphoria and may also improve depression, anxiety, quality of life, suicidality, and psychological functioning. But they point out that those studies didn't have control groups and that all results were of very low certainty.
Isn't it crazy how these people are pretending to be objective when they're looking at a body of research that at most they can say needs more research, and the response isn't, wow, we should do more research? Because she's literally like, okay, so we have a bunch of small studies that show that there's a positive impact, but like they're not super high quality. And her response to this isn't like, wow, we should study this more. Can you imagine if we instantly stopped every medical treatment that initially showed to have promise, but hadn't done enough like study? Like, imagine every time we come up with a new like kind of procedure, it's like, oh, well, it looks like it's good, but we'll never know because you can't do it because we haven't done enough times to know if it's good. What?
An often made comparison is that between transgender identity and left-handedness, which was recently popularized by the British comedian John Oliver. Until the 1970s or so, children were forced to learn to write with their right hand, until it occurred to someone to just let them write as they wanted. Rather suddenly, a lot of people switched to writing with the other hand. This had nothing to do with social contagion. It was just that now they could be who they had wanted to be all along. You expect a similar thing to happen with transgender identification, that as it becomes socially more acceptable, you see more people being comfortable being who they really are. And so the argument goes, no one would put themselves or their children through a gender transition if they didn't think it was really necessary.
All right, here's the but.
But, for one thing, this doesn't explain why the gender ratio of those seeking treatment for gender dysphoria has suddenly changed.
Yeah, it doesn't explain it, but that's not like an own. That doesn't, so it doesn't explain it because it doesn't explain. That's not a subject that it's like talking about. It's not like an unaccounted for variable. You could easily explain why there's a different gender ratio of treatment. Maybe it's because there's less social stigma for being a transgender guy than there is a transgender girl. Huh? Like, if you're born male and then you start adopting feminine traits, that's a quick trip to the fucking asphalt of your local school's parking lot, bucko, as the bullies kick you into the dirt. But if you're born female and you're like, yeah, I want short hair and like I want to like, you know, wear more masculine clothes, what does that mean? A t-shirt and jeans? No hate to trans guys, not saying you don't get shit, you do, but I'm pretty sure that when you're young, it's probably a lot more approachable, the idea of what, you know, for all effects and purposes to the broader, like, perception, looking and acting like a tomboy than, like, a little feminine boy. You know what I mean? Like, there you go. Wow, I just found an explanation, potentially. Okay, wow. Prove me wrong, huh?
And also, as much as I like John Oliver, it's an extremely unfortunate comparison. You can switch a pen from one hand to the other and back within a few seconds and without lasting consequences.
What? The treatment of left-handed people wasn't just, you can switch the pen. They were religiously castigated. They were socially discriminated against. They were forced for years to write with the wrong hands. That's not what the analogy means. Hey, well, did you know all you have to do, you can just switch your name again. All transgender stuff doesn't matter because you can just go like, oh yeah, I was Billy and then I was Michelle and now I'm Billy again. Wow, that was that easy. They were beaten if they wrote with the left hand because it was considered satanic. What do you, bro, just switch hands. Bro, just switch hands, forehead. Just switch hands, forehead, idiot. Like, this is so dumb. This is so stupid. I will never respect anything this woman has to say. It's unbelievable to me that there were people in chat who were like, I think you're being nitpicky and biased. Bye-bye. Like, fucking, oh my god. Dude, just switch pens, man. Why didn't all the people in the Catholic schools in fucking 1907 not just switch hands? Jesus Christ.
Puberty blockers and hormone therapies are not as easy to undo.
That's not... The thing that you're trying to prevent with the left-handedness thing isn't the physical pen. I've had pens in my left hand, even though I'm right-handed before. It's not where the pen is, it's the decades of social ostracization. Bro, just switch the hand of the decades of social ostracization. You're right. It's time. This is fucking insane. I can't believe this shit.
And we don't understand the long-term consequences.
We do. We have data that goes on for decades and decades and decades. Thank you.
In summary, what I take away from the data is that the sudden increase in the number of teenagers identifying as transgender is both real and substantial. It's also clear that the demographic group is markedly shifting, now heavily skewed towards those assigned female at birth.
Is that skewed towards the more trans guys? Is that just in the UK or is that everywhere? I've heard about that a lot in the UK, but it's always that one UK poll that I see. I don't see it in the United States.
Many of which present with other mental health disorders. Evidence that those children would benefit from puberty blockers or hormone therapy is slim.
Untrue. Again, this is just a lie. This is not like a misinterpretation or a mistake. It is just a lie. You can literally go on Google Scholar and Google, like, effects of hormone blockers. And you know what? Hold on. Let me make it really clear to everyone how easy it is. Trans effects of hormone therapy. A systemic review of the effects of hormone therapy on psychological functioning and quality of life in transgender individuals. A systemic review, huh? Well, let's see how much we're looking at here. 3 uncontrolled prospective cohort studies enrolling 127 trans adults. Oh, is that not enough? By the way, 247 people is significantly more than plenty of reputable psychological studies. Plenty more. The studies measured exposure to hormone therapy, subsequent changes in mental health, quality of life outcomes, and follow-up. 2 studies showed significant improvement in psychological functioning at 3 to 6 months and 12 months compared with baseline after initiating hormone therapy. So remember, for longitudinal studies, oftentimes the baseline is the control group. The 3rd study showed improvements in quality of life outcomes 12 months after initiating hormone therapy for female to male and male to female participants. However, only male to female participants showed a statistically significant increase in general quality of life. That's the study she was referring to. That's one of 3 studies listed here, all of which just show positive effects. Admittedly, the positive effects in one study for one group were less, but still present. So, okay, let's find another one. That was the first one on the results, right up there. Metabolic effects of hormone therapy and trans... What do you mean metabolic? Adverse, anthropomorphic, or metabolic effects. Oh, I think this is like a medical thing. Triglycerides did not show a statistically... Yeah, okay, this is like a medical thing. Oh, that's nice. Conclusion. In practice, hormone therapy was found to be safe in this retrospective study. Ah, look at that. That's nice. Cool. Let's go on further. Effects of hormones and hormone therapy on breast tissue. Okay, we know what that does. Hormone therapy for transgender patients. Some meta-analysis? Transgender men and women, mainstay. Okay. Shown to have positive psychological and social effects. Wait, what are they even studying here? It looks like they're just talking about trans people. Hormone therapy has been shown to associate with positive outcomes for patients, but there are important metabolic implications of therapy that must be carefully considered. Yeah, of course. Hormones are a big deal. Hormone therapy, mental health, and quality of life among transgender people. We sought to systemically review the effect of gender-affirming hormones. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. We included 20 studies reported in 22 publications. Wow, 20 studies. That's a lot of studies. Well, what's the conclusion? What are we finding out with this one, huh? Several previous reviews have indicated gender-affirming hormone therapy is associated with psychological benefits that include reductions in depression and anxiety and improvements in quality of life. Most of these reviews do not require a minimum duration of hormone therapy. One review that did impose a minimum follow-up is a requirement is 10 years old. Okay, so they're saying that some of these studies are relatively old. That's fine. What are the results? we retrieved 1,753 non-duplicate studies for the broader systemic review project, of which this review was a part. Wow, they've been busy. All right. So we're only talking about 20 studies for this specifically. Man, they're busy, huh? They're working. They're schmoovin'. Yep, those are some studies. Study sizes range from 20 to 1,331. Oh, quality of life. Here we go. 7 studies assessed quality of life. An RCT found an improvement of approximately 5.5 points on a 10-point measure of life satisfaction? 5.5 on a scale of 10? For 3 groups of transgender men after 1 year of testosterone treatment. A before-after trial similarly reported that life satisfaction scores almost doubled among trans men over 5 years. A prospective study found a 16% quality of life improvement scores in transgender women. Again, guys, the real reason for this, just so you guys know, is that testosterone is a stronger chemical than estrogen, and trans men will see significant changes in their body much faster, both in their body and in their mind, like chemically, than trans women with estrogen. This is why hormone blockers are a bigger deal to trans women, because a lot of the stuff that female puberty does to your body and is easier to fix or undo with testosterone than the reverse, experiencing male puberty and then taking estrogen. Because that's testosterone. It's a beefy chemical. Boys rule, girls rule. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's a big reason for it, you know? Yeah, the like back and forth for this is it's true. Male to female bottom surgery is at a more advanced point than female to male bottom surgery. So that's where trans women get you back, you know? They're like, ha, trans, testosterone may be a stronger chemical, but I can do a dick loop-de-loop, you know? There you go. All right. What is this? No study found that hormone therapy decreased quality of life scores. We conclude hormone therapy may improve quality of life from trans people. Nice. The strength of evidence for this conclusion is low due to concerns about bias in study designs, imprecision in measurement because of small sample sizes, and confounding by factors in gender-affirming surgery status. Then do more studies. That's the thing. If you see like a dozen small studies and all of them are like, hey, this is really fucking working, and you're like, okay, well, they're still pretty small, then just do more. We're on a good track. We got something good going on here, you know? Good things are happening at the moment. So that's quality of life. Depression. A prospective study found the proportion of transgender men and women showed symptoms of depression decreasing from 42 to 22% over 12 months of treatment. Nice! That's like cut in half. Scores were better for trans men. Scores improved by more than half among both trans men and trans women after 24 months. Wow. We conclude hormone therapy may decrease depression among transgender people. Wow. Guys, it's going to keep going on like this. This is how easy it is to prove her wrong. These are the top results on Google Scholar. I'm not accessing some secret lefty knowledge here. This isn't a product of my expertise. It is as simple as going to the probably most accessible way of finding academic studies and just typing in trans effects of hormone therapy or any number of similar terms. The results will be the same. This is how wrong she is. There's a lot of studies. The effects of transgender hormone therapy on sleep and breathing. Okay, well, you know, people study lots of stuff, okay? People got to get their graduate degrees.
With large uncertainties, the side effects can be substantial and the long-term consequences are mostly unknown.
The side effects... growing tits? Okay.
Just exactly what is going on, no one really knows. But the reason...
No, it's not a mystery. Okay.
Expectation is that the current increase in reports of gender dysphoria is caused by a mixture of 2 causes. Young people are more comfortable being openly trans, and some of them erroneously believe they are trans because they've heard so much about it. I'd say that anyone who insists that one of those possibilities doesn't exist is pushing an agenda.
There's the pushing an agenda line. She's just an objective, neutral, centrist arbiter, but anyone who takes issue with these narratives, well, they're the ones pushing. She was referencing Jesse Singal in this video multiple times, one of which she didn't even mention. But no, you're the one pushing an agenda. What a piece of shit. What a fucking brainlet. Where's her fucking degree? I want to read her fucking doctorate thesis. I'm going to tear that shit apart. What? I will learn physics so that I can tear apart her doctoral thesis, okay?
And shouldn't be taken seriously. The question is, how do you tell these two possibilities apart? This is currently unclear, and this is why countries like Sweden, Finland, and the UK are asking doctors to hold back with prescriptions.
Yeah. It's super normal for a bunch of politicians to start a fear-mongering panic of, where is all this medicine stuff coming from? And then banning research and medical practice on it based on no evidence when all the evidence we have is positive. That's just a totally normal thing. That's right. All these far-right... By the way, what we're talking about here, these are far-right politicians, okay? The Swedish and British politicians that push this were not like normal scientific centrists. They were far-right people. And Finland followed because of the national... the NHS. So it's not like, oh, yeah, well, that's why these governments... No, these were far-right moral panics. These weren't doctors.
Because at the moment, they don't know how to deal with the sudden surge of girls presenting with gender dysphoria.
They don't have to deal with it. They're politicians. That's not their fucking job. That's not how medicine works. Oh, you shut down research and practice on something even though it's shown to be beneficial because a bunch of far-right politicians don't know how to deal with the sudden uptick in fucking degeneracy?
And they don't want to do any harm. So what do you think? Do you have children in that age group and are worried about...
I hate this woman. I hate this woman. Now she's going to do like the, hello, concerned parent, you know? What, you know, let's, aren't you worried for your children? They might be hearing trans propaganda on TikTok.
Are you transgender and see the situation differently? Let me know in the comments. Gender dysphoria, like most questions of mental and physical health, is a sensitive topic. And if you're looking for information online...
then just go to Google Scholar. And you'll become a radical leftist in no time.
You sometimes don't want to leave a trail. Our sponsor NordVPN can help protect your privacy while you do your research. NordVPN is an app that you install on your phone or laptop. You use it to create a safe connection to one of their servers, and then you browse the web from there. This keeps your data private, even on a public wireless.
You should ask her to debate. She's actually done debates in the past she might accept. There's no fucking... There's no shot. Do you really think she'd be stupid enough to accept? There are people in the comments here who seem to be, because it's all like this civility centrist bullshit, so nobody's going to be really calling her out, but an important thing to remember is oftentimes any sort of these studies would be unethical to perform without an untreated control group. That's why you do longitudinal studies, so that you in the past becomes the control group, and you're not just arbitrarily holding 1,000 trans people without medical care. What was that about 99% happiness rate of people who have transitioned with their transition? One thing you didn't touch on. Oh, no, wait, this person's a TERF. We're talking TERF propaganda, or whatever. Forcing left-handed people to write with the right hands is not harmless. It's been associated with stuttering and other conditions. Plenty more than that, too. I disagree. Enforced right-handed writing was a trivial change. Yeah. Oh, this person's being smart. Puberty blockers not improving the state of affairs is rather expected when you account for the previously reported discomfort of the generation. What they do is prevent things from getting worse. Okay, yeah, all right. So there are people. Okay, she's not like a political pundit or whatever. Can somebody find me her Twitter? I'll DM her after the stream. We'll see if we can't directly address our problems with her research. Thank you. Damn, she doesn't have open DMs. I'll have to do a proper tweet then. It'll take me a while to think of how to phrase that. Thank you. I'd suggest email. Email would probably be a better idea with somebody like her. All right. Thank you. Sorry, guys. I didn't expect that to take 2 hours. I'm going to read donations, and then we're going to keep going, okay? Are you planning on something special for Stream 1000? No, Stream 1000 happened a while ago. Some of the VODs are unlisted in the VOD playlist for copyright reasons. It's not significant to me. Will this be a segment? I'm not gonna... Will this be a segment? Wait, you think I'm gonna toss... Do you think I wouldn't make a segment of what we just did? Are you like, not good enough for YouTube? Zan did a positive video on her? On this specific video? I doubt that. Maybe he did a positive video on some previous things she's done. That's fine. Are you doing a Tim Lance debate review? Yes, but we have to get through some stuff first. He didn't watch until the end? Okay, that's fine. There's no question that Xanderhall is a good ally to trans people. There's no point in thinking otherwise. Can the Astronomer and Can Soy Milk, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Yes, I think that oftentimes STEM majors are incredibly arrogant. By the way, that's the real problem, okay? It's not that STEM majors are really dumb, it's they're arrogant. Social science majors don't think they can do physics. I've never met somebody like that. I've never met a social science major who was like, yeah, engineering a bridge, but there are tons of people in STEM sciences who literally like do not understand what social science is, and they're so arrogant. What does STEM mean? Science, technology, engineering, and math. Silisle, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. I'm going to move quickly. Wax Newman and Wolfie Universe, thanks to tier 1 subs. Probably not Wolfie Universe, but it is a wonderful series. Noah Williams, thank you for the $10. I don't believe so. Super Fantastique and Pass the Jam, thank you for the $5 both. Union Strong, true. And yeah, Pass the Jam, I love this community. I'm glad you enjoy it too. Kakao Win, thank you for the $5. I like Kanye very much. Osir and Dirk Gently, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Good luck with your new job at the city's planning department. I'm really happy to hear that, Dirk. I'm happy that I could help as well. Sir Campbell Soup and Quothcraft, thank you for the 3 and 2 respectively. Yeah, we'll talk about Chomsky, probably. Harenya hope your brother's wedding is going well. Thank you for the $10. Impale Her 1982 and Darth Nihilist, thank you for the $5 both. I really, really appreciate that. The clip to post? On gentrification? Talk about gentrification sometime? Okay, I can. Oni Dandel, thanks the tier 2 sub. Likewise, Azzy the Attic Cryptid. Leyline Lost, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Happy to produce all the amazing content. I love you too. Thank you very much. Sake, thank you for the 4 tier 1 subs. Vosh, I thought bottom surgery was the surgery you get when you don't think you're annoying enough on Twitter. True. Very, very true. If ever you want an understanding of how much people's identities are affected by social values, do you think it's a coincidence that in the gay community, guys who are small, softer, and generally more effeminate tend to be bottoms, and guys who aren't tend to be tops? Not always, but often. It's almost like there's some kind of biological prescriptivism where people who, in the male, gay scene, look more like women tend to take dick more like women. I think a lot of that is honestly just like what you can imagine yourself as. It's kind of like representation. Like women see Scully on TV and they're like, oh, I can be a detective. And black people see Obama and they're like, oh, maybe it's possible for black people to get some vestige of political, power in this country. And likewise, people who already kind of look like women probably feel there's a bit more leeway socially in them just acting like one. Nick JK, thanks the tier 2 or for the $2. Really appreciate that. Ronan the Roman, thank you for the $5. Yeah, maybe I'll get a CZ sometime. They're really pretty. A CZ75B or something like that. I need to go try one out at the range. They're so pretty. It's a shame that thanks to the new YouTube live streaming rules, I'll never be able to show it. Hi, Boy. Look at this. This was a limited edition for the 45th anniversary, but I feel like it's a very handsome gun if it has a white handle and stainless steel frame. It's just a very pretty gun. Here, I think this is a better picture. Look at that. It's supposed to have a very comfortable grip. I haven't felt it myself, though. I need to go and try one. Obviously, the reason this one's so pretty is because it has engraving done. It's a limited edition model. But I could get engraving done for a pistol if I really, really, really liked it. Though I would have to really like it for that. I've never gotten engraving done with a pistol. You're going to carry that weight to the range? Yeah, sure. It's like, what, 2 pounds? It's fine. I'm a big boy. The gun's been around for a while, too, so there are a bunch of different, like... You can get one kitted out if you want. If you ever look up, like, pistol gilded, people have already probably made some, like, insane fucking... Like, God, what is this? I feel like it should weigh more for all the ornamentation. Oh my God, it literally has three wolves. It's like Alaskan or like Eskimo or something. That's dope. That's badass. I love guns that look like drug dealer guns. A lot of people consider them trashy, but for me, the trashy guns are the ones that have that are like camo or tactical out. When you're not using that shit, fuck you. Or they have like American flags or some shit. If something's overdone in the style of like, I don't know, gilded, lever, action. I should just said Winchester, whatever. In the style of like a Winchester or something, I feel like that's always pretty cool. Because it used to be that if you were like a cool dude, you could just have a gun that looked like this, and it's like, oh wow, you know? But it's pretty hard to have guns that look this good nowadays, especially rifles, right? What is a gilded, engraved AR-15? Like, that would look ridiculous, wouldn't it? I mean, I don't know. I think it looks like shit, personally. I don't know. Kitting out like modern, it's just like, That's goofy looking. I'm trying to find one, but all I can find is the body not attached to anything. Or the, whatever, firing thing? Like this. First of all, this looks like LARP for somebody's fucking 40K. Dark Alliance firearms. Okay, this is definitely like a LARPing fascist or something. But like, it looks really stupid. I don't know.
So
There's a
I'm
bold
telling this
FM
guy,
scar. Oh God, don't show me a video. Show me a picture. What the fuck? Okay, this is disgusting. Yeah, no. It tries too hard to look cool. Yeah, I think I don't have a problem with over ornamentation or whatever, but like, I don't know. I'm not enough of an artist to know why this looks really bad, but I like gilded pistols with ivory handles. I don't know. I don't know. Look at Holland and Holland guns. Oh, that's gorgeous. See, look at how much you can get away with here. I think the difference is you have to combine complexity of ornamentation with simplicity of form. I think that's the real difference. Like this is what? This is a double-barreled shotgun, right? So you have an incredibly simple gun, like it's shape-wise, I mean, like its form. So then you can like kit it out a bunch, right? Pistols are very simple. You know, looking usually they're small. But AR, you know, it's the old rifles are like it's just that. But then you look at this and it's like, not to mention a lot of guns are just made like look at all the bits, and then it's like, oh, well, you're gonna do ornamentation on that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just rambling. Just pure aesthetic bullshit, you know. These are some great engraved AK-47s. Well, I think AK-47s come across a little bit better because they have a wooden body, mostly. Or at least they have wooden parts. And I think that helps. I think that there's a better sell there a little bit. It kind of helps the whole thing feel a bit more authentic. All right, we need to stop rambling on this. Beardmath and Charlotte21, thank you for the $5 both. True, Charlotte. And yeah, we need to talk about the UK. We do. Charlotte21, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Hug you as well. Skeptic Quark, thanks you for the tier 1 sub. Mistress Lynn, thank you likewise. Conciliator, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I look forward to continuing to fulfill my end of the financial agreement. Banana Crabman, thank you for the $5. Chaotic Brandon, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Eraser, thank you likewise. Will from PA, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Ian, Agent 69420, here's your weekly CIA check. Dispersed through this and other donos. Keep up the good work. You're doing poggers, as the kids say. Jeff, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Salty Internet Pirate, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Happy to be back. Public Loser, NPC Porky, and Comrade Tyler. Yes, there are plenty of research streams I still want to do. Want to do on the Mongols as well. I think that'd be fun. Ada, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Mati Tiahu, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Dindrago, thank you for the $5. Markinator, thank you for the $5 as well. The upcoming Hunger Games prequel has a trans actress playing a cis character. How angry do you think the TERFs will get? Really? I'm afraid the link you've given me doesn't work, but that's very funny. Selenium and Mushroom Reaper, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Ollie Bun Bun, thank you for the $10. Vosh Spring is here. What cut shorts are we wearing this year? Got my thighs out right now. I actually have my shortest shorts right next to me. Do you guys want to see them? I will not play Guilty Gear Strive, even if I like the art. Sin of Greed Band, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Sarangolic, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Very kind of you. I'm glad you enjoy the community. Put them on. Okay, really quick.
Yep.
There we go. These are my shortest shorts. I need shorter ones. There we go. I need like the like fucking beach underwear ones. All right. Sake, thanks for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Juniper Peacher, thank you for the $5. Pokebat, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Rainbow VHS, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Appreciate the offer, but that's quite all right. You Can Call Me Neck, thank you for the 50 Swedish kronar. True, Similokon, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. The Shixinator, thank you for the $5. One of my oldest friends dumped me because going to restaurants in New York City is eugenics/genocide, apparently. Getting long COVID broke her brain. Huh. I didn't realize that one of the symptoms of long COVID was being one of the worst Twitter users. Tina Kills, Dense Pixel. Any again. Dark Samus and Semi-Locon, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Charlotte21, thanks for the gifted tier 3 sub. Neptune32, thank you for the $5. Mistress Lynn, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. Charlotte21, thank you for the gifted tier 2 sub. Chucky with the tier 1 sub. Mia, beautiful kitty. We're almost done. Semi-Locon, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. Orange August, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Late? Not anymore, I'm not. Thank you very much. Sully, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I am, in fact, a follower of Mazovian socioeconomics. Ashri Drake, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Sake Tanuki, thanks for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. True. Kelly Tessie, thank you for the $5. Would I ride this train? I love him. Ooh. No! Dead. Oh my god, its pupils tracked. Imagine if cats were that big. They would fucking eat you. One more. I can just read. Hold on. Obama's left nut, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I'll get back there soon, sir. Nanachi, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Yes, I finished Owl House last night, and I actually thought that the second and third little YouTube mini-movies were way better than the first. The first one I found, like, incredibly disappointing, and the second and third ones I actually felt were quite nice. Not great, but quite nice. Dead. Creature, thank you for the $5. Oh, if you email it to me, then I'll see it soon. Sake, thanks the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. True. And Sake with the 8 gifted tier 1 subs from the other day. My goodness, every Vosh incel conversation rebuttal. Ah, nice fucking meme. No, fuck you. Not right now. Oh my goodness, this cat. Inclusive C, thank you for the $12. You've probably seen this, but the whole AI thing will probably hit games pretty hard. I don't know what's going to happen to voice actors.
The help.
Oh, I saw this. Somebody's using like Chat GPT to like do the conversations. Like you talk to an NPC and they do like they just talk. I will say this. I think one unironically good use of AI of AI like generation might be background conversations in games. Like if you have a system where you want to walk through a crowd and there'd be like dozens of little convos happening, and I feel like having a writing team work on all that so it sounds different in different crowds every time. This is like thousands of lines for like a kind of a like a thing around. But if you could have a system where it's like you could kind of set the tone of what happens and then kind of have that, you would never want it for any kind of meaningful conversations because you can't really do like well constructed. Yeah, it's gonna say weird shit. Well, to be fair, crowds do say weird shit. Any with the tier 1 sub, how do you respond to this accusation? Oh no.
Also, all right.
Welcome back, Keffels.
I just realized that I am also
Oh, I'm down there.
in the wrong corner.
Uh-oh.
So just as my chat is full of tops, I am also a top. And Vosh is a bottom.
This is not true.
So, let's continue.
This is not true.
All right.
This is not true. I remember one time on Twitter, Keffels admitted to being a bottom. She's lying. Don't listen to her. Not true. Keep going higher? Yeah, hold on.
So just as my chat is full of tops, I am also a top. And Vosh is a bottom.
Nope.
So, let's continue.
Nope.
All right.
Nope. Okay. We'll read more of these donos shortly. We spent too much time on them. There's always so much to talk about. We spent so much time in that video. I didn't think the video response would be that stupid, guys. Oh, cool. I deleted the tabs that I had open. That's cool. That's fine. I'm not mad. Okay, just a nice little update. It's not entirely nice. It's, you know, it's at least partially nice. If you all recall, there was a based and red-pilled um, state legislator named Zoe Zephyr, a trans girl's name if ever there was one, and she is the only trans person, in fact, in the Montana state uh, legislature, and she was censured by by her peers for saying that they had blood on their hands for passing anti-trans legislation. And since then, we've had kind of like a wacky clown show of a series of events. You guys remember how back in Tennessee, our boys, the Justins, were ousted by an extremely racist Republican-led legislature, and in doing so, elevated the cause of our boys, the Justins, to a national stage, getting them an ungodly amount of attention and money and popularity and support that they never would have had previously. Well, Zoe Zephyr has seen quite a lot of attention recently for the work that she's done. Look at this, okay? Absolutely ridiculous. So the consequence of the censure that that she was met with meant she could no longer enter the actual like room she's supposed to do her work in. She can submit votes, but only from a distance, basically. But she's still allowed to show up and do her work like in the benches outside. I know this sounds like a classroom thing, like, oh yeah, you're kicked out of the room for being disruptive, but you still need to do your classwork, so you have to do it in the hallway. But that's literally what's happening. That's what's happening. So basically, Zoe started showing up and doing her work publicly in the benches outside the proper voting room. And immediately, you know, this attracted a bunch of negative attention from the majority conservative state. You had these white women. A photo of women snickering at trans lawmaker Zoe Zephyr in Montana looks like a lot of the photos of white people snickering at black people in the 1950s. Spot on title, completely correct. Basically, Zoe's here at a standing desk because these women got here early, these wonderful women, to fill up the couch or the sofa seat, whatever, that Zoe was doing her work on previously. So Zoe just had a standing desk brought, apparently, and started doing her work there. Or maybe there was a standing desk out in the hall. Here's the larger photo. Looks like it may have already been out there. The point is she kept doing her work. So thwarted by Zoe's ability to stand while working, you know, something that these lazy pieces of shit could probably never even dream of, Zoe's partner, Aaron Reed, a pro-trans activist and journalist on Twitter, got swatted because, again, they want you dead. And that is, of course, what swatting is meant to do. Nobody was hurt, thankfully. But, you know. An enormous amount of attention has been brought to the treatment that Zoe has experienced over the past couple of days. I mean, some of the tweets that she's made, like this one, 75,000. One I'm about to show you, 114,000 likes. The one that got the most attention, by the way, and this is just too nice. I had to, right? Zoe proposed to Aaron just a little bit after the swatting. They were at some kind of gay event, whatever gay people do. I don't know. You know, good for them. Being gay, I don't know. However it works. Many such cases. Some kind of gay event. That's true. Yes. It's just so it's so indicative of the moral character evident on both sides of the aisle here, where on one hand you have a politician fighting for a marginalized group after being censured unjustly by a reactionary legislature, continuing to work right out there in the hallway outside while snickering. Apparently one of these is a mother of a Republican legislator. So like this is someone's mom, like literally mom showed up to work. Great. Sitting here, you know, to fill the little to fill the little couch, to block her out while she continues to work, you know. Then swatting happens against Aaron Reed, and then a proposal. Like, it's good versus evil, isn't it? How much clearer could it be? I swear, when I was younger, I used to think, I'm so much more mature and complex than all these movies where the bad guys are like these evil, obviously villainous people in big towers, and the good guys are all these heroic la-di-da. Well, sometimes in reality, life really is that simple. There's actually sometimes a lot less ambiguity and a lot less complexity. Sometimes growing up is realizing that you're attempting to inject nuance into a situation where it's unwarranted and oftentimes not actually present. This is just pure good versus pure evil. Well, hold on, I shouldn't say pure good versus pure evil. It's good versus pure evil. Thank you. I don't know. Maybe one time Zoe Zephyr cut me off in traffic personally. I've never been to Montana. Maybe she's been to LA. I can't really say. Maybe she's bad secretly. It's called informed simplicity. I like that term, informed simplicity. When you know enough about an issue to understand how simple it is, You have good and you have evil. It's really simple. It's really straightforward. I couldn't not talk about the proposal. It's too sweet. We highlight so many negative stories, but I want this to be seen as a positive. First of all, the state of Montana, to my knowledge, has a population approximately double what you see in this picture. So, low stakes state. Not to sound dismissive, just saying, Montana, right. That's one. Okay. For two, at every level here, a positive demonstration of the moral character of Zoe Zephyr has been has been shown, from the initial comment about blood on their hands to continuing to work through all this to dealing with her girlfriend, now fiance, getting swatted, to the proposal. It's just a nice show of adversity and strength in difficult times. Wouldn't you all agree? I think it's important to talk about stuff like this. Love wins. They say that and it sounds stereotypical, but I really do mean it. The people who are against us, the people facilitating this genocide, they're demons. They don't understand human emotions. The people in power who are against us are sociopaths. Steven Crowder beats his wife, Tucker Carlson racist text, that, the other, DeSantis smiling as Gitmo detainees throw feces at him. They're demons. They don't have to be. It's not a genetic thing. They could just stop being demons if they wanted to, but they like being demons. And I do think that as humans, we have a fundamental kind of near gravitational pull towards pro-social behavior. I don't think these far-right people are happy. You think these internet Nazis are happy? Like the people who post Wojaks of trans Wojaks hanging themselves, like their lives are going great. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sure. They're incredibly happy. They're fucking miserable. They take it out on people around them. Their moms, their dogs. No, they're not happy. But I think they're happy right here. I'm just guessing. I really do think that we have a drive towards pro-social behavior. And that's one of the reasons why I have a lot of faith in our movement. I really do. We are good people fighting for good things, even for the people we don't like, by the way. The drive of left-wing political progressive activism is not the harm of cisgender people. It's simple equality. And liberation for trans people means more freedom for cisgender people. There are plenty of cisgender people who, I don't know, want to be less constrained by social expectations regarding gender. That would benefit from the popularity and exposure of trans liberation. Everyone will be happier. We're all in the same boat. I'm rambling a little bit. Part of it's because I'm tired, and part of it's just because I'm kind of winding down from screaming at that German lady. Oh. That's true, I dementia. Oh, God. Hold on. TIMCAST. Give me back to my roots. Where is it? Is TIMCAST the wrong channel? There it is. Crew debates the serfs on late-term abortions. My body's mature. Wait! This is on abortion? I hate abortion debates. I hate doing them. Do you remember the time I talked to Charlie Kirk? After giving him a 2-hour education on wokeism and the precepts of black liberation, which he listened to diligently like a good little boy, somebody, Tim, a donator, brought up abortion. I basically said, I don't care. I hate abortion debates. That's what we're talking about? Fuck. Oh my God. I don't want to watch this. Pimtool pivoted it to abortion, then rolled our boy Lance. This is only a 30-minute segment. What about, was Lance only on for 30 minutes? Where's the rest of it? Excuse me, where's the rest of it? The whole thing is 2 hours? Well, then why is there only one segment from it? Oh, I see. They're not all named with Lance. Okay, my apologies. Sorry, he's not in the thumb. Okay, protests erupt over Jordan Neely death. New York City Police Department calls for help. Oh, I haven't even talked about that on stream. I haven't even seen the video of him dying because I was relaxing. I was on vacation. I was vibing. I was living my best life. I didn't feel like watching videos of black people being killed. You can just do that, by the way. Legally, you can go, I'm good. Not everyone does. I'm gonna learn. I'm not watching the abortion thing because that bores the tears out of me. I'm watching anything but that. Jordan Neely, let's go. Our boy.
All right, here's the story.
Lance.
We got this
Whoa. Our boy Lance. Our boy Lance. What's up?
ABC 7 New York police issue call for help. Outrage continues to grow over deadly subway chokehold encounter. So the death of a subway rider who was put into a chokehold by a former Marine on the train has been ruled a homicide, and now activists are calling for charges to be filed. They have planned several protests and rallies on Thursday as the NYPD has issued a call for public help in their investigation. Jordan Neely, 30, died from a compression of the neck, the city's medical examiner determined Wednesday. Neely is recognizable to some New Yorkers as a Michael Jackson impersonator who regularly
Okay, I need to see the video. They're not going to go over it because everyone's already seen it. Otherwise, I'm not going to have any idea what they're even talking about. I'm going to mute. I don't know if it's like YouTube TOS. I'm going to mute the desktop audio. Hold on. You can still hear me. And I'm looking at it. Okay, the video starts with the choking. What happened prior? What was happening prior to this? The tragic ordeal began when the 30-year-old Neely, dressed in dirty sweatpants and a stained white t-shirt, nice details, barged into the northbound subway car after the doors opened at the 2nd Avenue in Lower Manhattan just 2:30 p.m. on Monday. Neely began tossing garbage around and yelling at frightened riders, prompting many to quickly retreat down the subway car. He started screaming in an aggressive manner. He said he had no food, he had no drink, he was tired, and he didn't care if he went to jail. He started screaming, he took off his jacket and threw it on the ground, and then somebody put him on a chokehold. Is that it? Did he physically aggress on anyone? Or was he literally just being belligerent? He never physically aggressed on anyone. He was just being belligerent. This is America. Being belligerent is our fucking God-given right. That's it? That's okay. All right. Well, all right. Okay, fine. Okay. There. Turning desktop audio back on. Okay. Nice. All right. I thought he hit someone. Well, okay. If he hit somebody, that doesn't necessarily mean that he deserved to die, obviously. But that is definitely a lot more than him not doing anything physical. He just yelled at people? Just being loud? He just threw trash? Okay.
danced in Times Square, in the Times Square Transit Hub on Monday afternoon. He was yelling and pacing back and forth on an F train in Manhattan. Witnesses and police said when he was restrained by at least 3 people, including a U.S. Marine veteran who pulled one arm tightly around his neck. A physical struggle ensued, leading to Neely losing consciousness. He was rushed to Lenox Hill Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. On Wednesday, a medical examiner determined Neely's his death was a homicide. However, that does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a homicide. Okay, that's the stupidest bit of writing I've ever heard. As a murder, they mean. Homicide means death caused by person. It doesn't mean
What?
criminal. So what they're trying to say...
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying the medical examiner determined it was a homicide, but that doesn't mean it'll be prosecuted as such. That's a normal... Okay, like, yeah, okay. Yeah. From what I saw in the video, the chokehold in the ground seemed like pretty completely indefensible from like any perspective. Very obviously, there's just not that much to say about it. It's pretty straightforward. Okay.
Though the death was ruled a homicide, it does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a murder. That is up to the Manhattan DA's office, which is investigating.
No. There are non-murder charges that could be derived from a medical ruling of a homicide, like manslaughter? No, why is he trying to outsmart the correct sentence in the article? Okay.
But I suppose I'm probably being a little bit too harsh because you can, they're not being clear here. You can make the argument there's reckless homicide, there's negligent homicide. And so what they're saying is it's not clear that he will be criminally charged. They probably just should have said. They're going to say, as a part of our rigorous ongoing investigation, we'll review the medical examiner's report, assess all available video and photo footage, identify and interview as many witnesses as possible, and obtain additional medical records, read a statement from a spokesperson for the DA. So we've got video coming out of New York. Protesters, I believe this was yesterday, were seen in the streets, and the police made some arrests. And we'll get into it in a little bit, but one of our reporters, Elad Eliyahu, was physically assaulted by one of the protesters and had his property destroyed while he was in the process of doing journalism. But
I wonder what kind of journalism he was doing at a protest over a murdered man that led to people getting angry at him. I'm just wondering.
Let's just get down to brass tacks here, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of arguments about this one. This is the story of a guy who was having a mental breakdown. I guess the news that recently came out was that he was a subway performer and his mental health collapsed after his, I think his mom was killed, is what they're reporting. And after that, he kind of just lost it. And then he had been arrested 40 times. He had once punched a 67-year-old woman in the face. And so as he was belligerent and on the subway, reportedly threatening people, saying that he would take it, he was ready to die and he would hurt people. This is when the 3 men subdued him. Reportedly, the Marine told everyone to call 911 and get the police down there. And then he ended up dying, which has resulted in the left, like AOC, whether or not people were, I don't know if you consider her left, but AOC.
Yeah, she's progressive.
She said this was a public murder.
I forgot. Totally forgot. Lance! My boy Lance! Sorry. What's up? Sorry. Just, I got kind of carried away by the subject here.
And now you've got protesters calling for this guy to be arrested. They're saying he committed a murder. And I think this is actually a really good example of what is described as anarcho-tyranny, in that you had 25 people pushed onto subway tracks in the past year. You've had like a woman get raped on a train in Philadelphia. And we don't hear a single peep from any of these politicians, from any of these activists, until someone actually stops the guy.
Was Jordan Neely the guy who pushed 25 people onto the subway tracks? Damn. Tim's got a point. I'm glad somebody put that menace down. Holy shit. He's like the one-man criminal of all of New York City's subway system. Oh my God. Jesus. What the that was the most retarded thing I've ever heard, Tim. Come on.
If you go back 7 years...
Kills him, right? Kills him. He killed him.
Sure.
Yeah.
So when someone is being violent and then someone else acts in self-defense of others
violence?
And the person dies in the process, now there's all of a sudden calls for, okay, so this guy should be criminally charged, but there was no call for stopping the 25 people being pushed on the subway tracks.
What? I'm pretty sure. Okay, if there is video of somebody pushing another person onto the subway tracks, there would be like a lynch mob out for them if they weren't arrested. If there was a video of a person and their name was known and they knew the name of somebody who had pushed somebody onto the subway tracks and the cops had not gone after them, there would be a lynch mob looking for that person. His entire life would already be ruined. He would have to flee the country. Why are we pretending? The conservatives always do that. They're like, you're sad about George Floyd's death, but nobody, where was the left when my coffee order was wrong last Sunday? What the fuck are you talking about? Deal with the actual conversation.
That's an ongoing and acceptable thing, I suppose.
It's true. The left does believe that's acceptable. That is true.
Never going to sit here and try and defend people pushing people on the subway tracks. That's a crime. Like, that's terrible.
Attempted murder.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if they die. So that's horrible. No one's going to be on the other side of that argument. But in terms of like the guy who just got killed, isn't, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, doesn't in self-defense the proportionality of what you're doing has to be in response to the actual aggressive actions of the person, right? It has to be proportional. Is that correct? So you feel in your mind that it was a proportional response for him to choke him out to death in that situation because he was going to become such a threat to the person who choked him out.
But you made a big leap right there.
What's the leap?
You're ascribing intent to the Marine to kill.
Oh, I'm not saying he intended to kill him. I never said that, but he did end up killing him, right?
No, well, hold on. Intent to kill is not relevant, okay? What matters is the action you take and its likelihood of leading to death. The kind of chokehold that he was doing, if I'm not mistaken, is one of those, like, I'm pretty sure the police are instructed to only do it for like a couple seconds or something. Like, the chokehold that he was doing was the kind where, like, they'll tap you out in MMA, like, really quickly, but he held it for like 30 seconds because it's blocking your neck, you know? Yeah, like, lethal force is lethal force, right? His throat was crushed? Yeah, like, that can kill a person. So the intent isn't what matters. What matters, did you intend to do the thing that has lethal potential, right? Like, if you punch someone really hard, you know, that might not, you may not want to kill them with that. But if you do anyway, well, that's not even the case, because punching someone isn't considered, like, an action that has a high likelihood of lethality. But holding a choke like that for a long time is. So I guess it's more like stabbing someone, but going like, "Oh man, it was a meme." Actually, I don't know. Whatever, just move on.
Right.
That's immaterial.
But what has to be material, Tim? It has to be. Is he doing what he's doing?
Proportionality argument, or are you making?
Yes, I'm asking. Well, I'm asking you that because what he did proportional to the threat? Yes. So the threat that he was going to do.
It is proportional to subdue someone that is threatening other people and saying he'll die in the process.
And end up killing them, even if that was
so. See, now you're doing it again. You're ascribing intent.
Also, first of all, no, it's not. Wait. If you go in public and you go up to someone, so first of all, this Jordan guy, I don't think he, as far as I can tell, as far as I saw in the article, he didn't say like, "I'm going to kill you" or anything. Even if you went out in public and said like, "Hey, I'm going to beat your ass," that doesn't mean somebody gets to draw on you and shoot you in the head. That's not how that works.
No, I'm not ascribing intent. I'm saying the results. This is what happened. The guy's dead. He's dead, right?
Results are immaterial to the proportionality of action.
So the proportionality of action in your mind was justified to what he was doing, his actual actions.
How long did he hold that chokehold on Jordan Peele? 15 minutes. Right. Okay. So yeah, that is a lethal thing to do. Okay. So the proportion. So yeah, that is a lethal thing to do. Yes. So I am drawing my firearm. I am non-lethally firing at this man in the head. My intent is not to kill. Okay, right. So his actions were intentionally lethal. I don't know what else to say there.
The guy on the ground while he said call 911.
Killed him. And choked him out until he died.
You're doing it again.
No, you keep saying I'm doing it again. I'm saying this is the end results. I'm not saying this is what he meant to do. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I don't know what's in his heart. Neither do you. None of us know what he meant to do that day when he woke up.
Absolutely. If someone is threatening other people, you are allowed to subdue them.
And then would it be like an involuntary manslaughter?
So see,
No, but this is what happened. It's to the point of death. So you have.
It's not a criminal.
It's not. I'm not saying he intended to kill him. That's the difference, right? But if he ended up dying as a result of that.
So the bait that Lance is taking right here is that intent is irrelevant. Like Lance should just say, bro, he held a chokehold for 15 minutes. What threat did Jordan Peele pose that could possibly justify that? Because like this wheeling, it's the Tim Pool jibber jabber. You know, you have to find the difficulty. Okay, debate is a lot like cooking. Did I say Peele? Oh, Neely. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. The debate is a lot like cooking, okay? The secret to cooking isn't what do you put in, it's what do you leave out, all right? If you had an infinite amount of time and energy, you could like get to any point, whatever, right? But debates don't have an infinite amount of time, you know? They last a finite length of time, and people's attention spans are often lower than the length of the debate. So knowing what to not engage with is often the real trick, you know, not to take bait, not to get focused on this, the other. And the trick here, right, is you focus on the critical point, the emotional point. You know, what's the actual crux of this argument? And it's not intent. But Tim Pool wants it to be. Tim Pool is talking about intent way more than Lance is here, right? Lance is trying to talk about something else, and Tim Pool keeps trying to bring it back to his, bro, he didn't know, bro, you know. The effort here is to distract. It's jibber jabber. I love that. I love saying that. It makes me so happy.
Is that proportional?
Yes.
He needed to be killed.
No.
Or he could have killed someone else.
Hold on. Stop that. You can't. You keep trying to say needed to be. No.
But that's what happened.
The Marine.
That's the end result.
You're saying the Marine tried.
So Lance could avoid this if he said he had to be held in a deadly chokehold for 15 minutes. Because that's an objectively correct statement. The chokehold led to a death. It's a deadly chokehold.
To kill him.
No, I didn't say that.
Then why,
you are saying that I'm saying that. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying that's what ended up happening.
Let me respond. Then why would you say needed to be killed?
Because
why did you
what
say
he did
to
him, his chokeout, ended up with the guy dying. So that was the end result. So his proportional response to what he thought was a threat was that I'm going to choke him out. I'm not trying to kill him, but I'm going to choke him out. Whether or not he dies is going to be something that we're just going to remain to be on the cards, right? This is chance. We'll leave it up to chance here.
So you are making a huge leap right there.
There's no leap, Tim.
Yeah,
what he's doing is that proportional. Is choking someone with the possibility of death. With the possibility of death.
Yes,
okay, so
absolutely.
So that's
I'll tell you this. Let me tell you. So if someone tried illegally entering my home,
sure,
I will use whatever force necessary to stop them from illegally entering my home.
It was a public subway car.
Entering my home, right? I have the legal justification in the state that I live in to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from entering my home.
It was a public subway car.
Legally. Now you can't invite someone in, and there's actually some legal barriers here. Like if someone actually walks up to your house and the door is open and they walk in, that's actually not an illegal entry. Mm-hmm. It is to a certain degree, but it's like trespass. Sure. It's like your door was open, there was no obstruction, and then you'll make an argument about entering the domicile could be considered 4th degree burglary, depending on which state you're in. If they actually open the door and enter, they've now committed felony burglary. And you are entitled in West Virginia to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from illegally entering your house.
It was a public subway car.
That doesn't mean you just intend to actually kill someone. So in terms of...
No, hold on. So see, all Tim Pool wants to do is talk about intent, okay? You have the right to fucking shoot someone who breaks into your house, okay? But if you point a gun at a person and you start shooting them, all right? That's intent to kill. It doesn't... Your actual interpersonal fucking brain intent is irrelevant to the actual intent, which is, did you intend to use deadly force, which the gun is, which a 15-minute chokehold on the ground is. How long will this continue?
We're out in the street. Someone is threatening someone else. You are legally entitled to subdue them. Now,
even if that even in the act of doing that, you could kill them.
Yes, absolutely, okay. Absolutely. Because where you're going with it is like, what act of subduing would be permitted in your mind then? Like holding his hands tightly?
Subduing
one
for
that
what?
doesn't have a possibility of death, I would say. Because
wait, also, I like how Tim's implying that there's no way to subdue somebody without a 15-minute death chokehold. Like we've not invented, listen, martial artists have been working on this for millions of years, and no one has thought of a way to subdue somebody without choking them to death when they haven't touched you yet, you know? Nobody's found a way yet.
Give me one in your martial arts expertise.
Zero. Absolutely zero.
Okay,
so
there's a problem.
And I think I can contend that no one here has any, right? Am I in a judo room?
I've just watched a lot of movies.
No, but
sharp elbows.
But no, none of us have black belts. We don't know this shit. We're just a bunch of people who talk on the internet,
but now
right?
going black belts. I mean, I have hostile environment training, and I have some minimal martial arts training. Minimal. I've done some kung fu, taekwondo.
So once again, there's no experts here to talk about this.
Yeah. So certainly will contend I am not an expert. However, if someone is threatening harm against another person and 3 people find it reasonable to subdue him and the person dies, that person was in the process of committing a crime. If you lose your life in the process of committing a crime, I'm not going to blame the victim.
No, no. Oh my God, that was wrong on like 70 levels. First of all, What threat? Second of all, the number of people who arrive at a conclusion about proportional response doesn't actually influence the degree to which that proportional response is legally or ethically justifiable. And third of all, no, being killed because you're committing a crime. Follow-up question, what crime? But even leaving that aside, being killed in the commission of a crime doesn't mean it was justified to kill you. You can't fucking unload on somebody because they shoplifted or yelled at you. That's not how it works.
For this, right? Would you blame the victims for this?
When you're saying victims, you mean the people who killed him?
The people who were being attacked.
But were they attacked prior, or did they try to subdue him?
So
do we have footage before the event begins?
So in New York, for example, if you go up to someone and threaten them, you've committed a crime.
What Tim is literally saying here is that any like errant yelling on the street could immediately be followed with an execution. And that is, well, okay, of course, like, obviously Tim doesn't believe this. Like, because he knows, like, there's no actual way that he believes this. It's just, like, the extent to which he grifts for the audience and the extent to which, like, he actually believes the insane shit that he says here. Because Tim will often say stuff that you feel like it has to be a bit, like the 49-state landslide. And I personally think it's because he knows his audience is stupid enough to eat it up. But this is something else, man. Like, really think about this.
Right? You've committed a criminal act of violence against another person by
I thought words weren't violence, Tim. Aren't conservatives always the ones doing that? Like, wow, words aren't violence, you pussy. Real violence is when you hit someone with a bat, idiot. And now he's like, okay, actually, but I should be able to lethally defend. You know what? I agree. Hey, trans women, all right? Anyone vaguely threatens you in the street, congratulations. I hope you're concealed carrying. It's New York, so you're gonna have a tough time getting that license, but hey, the gates are open because Tim Pool approves. That's what he's saying. Literally, if you're a trans chick and you're walking around New York and some guy who looks exactly like Tim Pool walks up to you and they're like, oh, you fucking tranny, fuck you piece of shit, someone should kick your ass, you can just unload on them. That is literally what Tim Pool is saying. It's not even an uncharitable interpretation. That is just explicitly the thing that he's saying here.
Threatening them and going up to their face, right?
And so you're saying at that point you have the ability to proportionally respond with violence.
Yeah, actually, there's a video of this. Myth Informed has it. 7 years ago, this man was called a hero for diffusing violence by putting another man in a chokehold. A man in the subway was getting up in people's faces, and he was threatening them, and another man got up behind him and put him in a chokehold, and he was put on national television, and he was celebrated as a hero for doing so.
Okay, hold on. Let's take a look at that. So we've gone to 7 years ago. To the whataboutism is now moving back to this point. Okay, 7 years ago, the media called this man myth-informed Twitter. Give me the tweet. All right, let's take a look at these definitely identical situations.
Now that guy is Adrian Kazmarek. He stepped in to defuse what could have been an uglier scene. He's a businessman. He runs the company Future Health LA, and
This doesn't even show what the guy was doing beforehand. What was the guy doing beforehand?
he got the guy in what appears to be a sleeper hold. It was
I noticed that chokehold wasn't for 15 minutes, by the way.
lullaby time. There he goes, down, down, down.
It's like, so again, the difference between holding a person in a choke for 10 seconds and like 15 minutes would be the difference between like dropping somebody with a punch and then getting on top of them and continuing to punch them into the ground for like 5 more minutes. You might notice that, like, hey, have you ever, like, I don't know, gone outside or thought for a second where like, oh man, there was somebody being really crazy at the pub and they was like threatening people and you went, bam, wow, you knocked that guy out. Thanks. He might have beaten us up. Great. And then like you get on top of him and you're like, and they're like, well, hey, thanks, man. Thank you. For 15 minutes. Okay, oh yeah. Same thing. I don't even know what this guy was doing. I still don't think Jordan Neely was even threatening people, because that wasn't even listed in the New York Post article that I read, and it's the New York Post, so I'm pretty sure they would have mentioned it. Like, what threats?
chokehold, and he was put on national television, and he was celebrated as a hero for doing so. So this is what I'm talking about, a narco-tyranny. I feel like you're latching onto this completely from a point of you don't have knowledge on proper technique for subduing an individual.
None of us do.
Okay, right. So the problem with Lance here is basically like a failure to control the direction of the conversation. He should be like demanding answers on a couple of very specific questions. But instead Tim is basically going on his Gish Gallop, where he's like, okay, well, you know, you don't know jujitsu, so like, I don't know, maybe there was no way to do anything about this person who didn't do anything except for killing him.
Nor the legal expertise.
Not this dude as well.
But see that's kind of an absurd thing to just outright. Well, look, I'm going to say this guy committed a murder and should go to prison, but I'm not an expert and neither are you, therefore he should be convicted.
I never said that. I'm actually asking questions because these are things that I don't fully understand about. Is it legal for him to do what he did?
Yes, that's why he wasn't
proportionally legal.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why he wasn't charged. He was released. However, in this day and age, what's likely going to happen is a narco-tyranny. People.
He really likes this word, doesn't he? Anarcho-tyranny is when bad things happen.
People go out in the streets, they protest, and the police say, for political reasons, we're going to go find this guy and we're going to arrest him.
But I don't know. It depends. Unfortunately, we don't have footage of what happened before the chokehold.
That's what I'd like to know.
But if there's enough people on the train that are witness to what was happening, and they're like, yo, he was threatening all of us, then I think the cops are not going to mess with that guy.
And that's what was reported. And there were 3 men trying to subdue him as he fought back. So
if they attacked him, then yeah, he would fight back against the people attacking him. This is like 5 people jump you in an alley and it gets recorded and they're like, bro, you must have been pretty dangerous for 5 people to attack you. Yeah, what is the language here? Vasquez told NBC New York that Neely got in the train and began to say somewhat aggressive speech. Somewhat aggressive speech. Death sentence. Saying he was hungry, he was thirsty, he didn't care about anything, he didn't care about going to jail, he didn't care he gets a big life sentence. Okay? Anything? Also, by the way, the police don't decide whether or not to charge somebody. The district attorney does. The police just arrest you or not. If the police showed up to find that you had just killed someone with your chokehold, but then they let you go, that doesn't mean that the charges have been dropped. That just means the police didn't arrest you, probably because they're pigs. The district attorney is the one who decides. The district attorney is also a pig. So, you know, it's not the most reliable process.
There's no debate that this guy was acting violently and threatening people, and even said he was prepared to
dude, I'm debating this. I'm debating this.
Die. At that point, you have what could be a terroristic threat. I think.
Now, are you telling me that you would not put a man in a chokehold to prevent what might have been New York City's 9/11? A 9/11 was moments from occurring, and it took 3 people to stop this 9/11, and you're saying that Osama bin Neely is the victim? What the fuck? Yeah, words aren't violence, motherfuckers, when they're trying to justify a black guy getting lynched. Actually...
I think if a guy got on a train and screamed, "I'm going to cause harm to people," and then said he was willing to die.
Did he say that? Did he scream? Did he? Was that something this guy said? Joe Neely kicks down the subway doors. "I'm going to cause harm to..." Yeah? He didn't do that. Tim is evil. Yeah, Tim is evil, of course. Lance needs to be like 5 times as aggressive here as he's actually being. So the key. So here's, I'm gonna say, like, imagine you're in Lance's position and you want to like you want to like, okay, he's spewing bullshit. He's spewing bullshit, and like, how do you stop this? Okay, the best way to stop this nonsense. All right, first of all, don't get angry, because if you get angry, then you're triggered and you lose, all right? And Lance is good at that, to be fair. Lance actually does hold frame really well on that issue. The problem is Lance is really nice. What this situation calls for is being incisive, condescending, and mean. You need to interject in ways that put Tim on the defensive. You need to you need to seize control of the discussion by giving him pointers that aren't easy to immediately respond to or dismiss. A good way to do this is with careful invective. Like you want to probe, but not so much that the audience would feel justified in sympathizing for Tim. Ideally, you want to put okay. The best way to do this is Tim knows he's lying, right? The best way to put pressure on Tim is to put pressure on the lies in ways that force him to answer questions he doesn't want to answer. Like, here's an example. What evidence is there of him threatening? What did he say to threaten people? Can you provide a quote of threats that he provided? That would end this right then. No, like, hey, can you look at the article? Is there, like, any evidence at all he did anything? Anything he said? Anything he did? Oh, he said he didn't mind going to prison? What does that mean? That's it? Death sentence? You can get jumped just for saying that? Go out in the street and just say, oh my God, my life sucks. I wouldn't even mind going to jail. Then just 50 guys with trench coats, guns, just shoot you? Huh? You do the... Now, Tim can't just dismiss this. He has to respond in some way. But Tim doesn't want to respond with that because there's no way to without making his argument look a lot weaker. So he gets frustrated. Tim's a good speaker and a good debater, but he's not perfect. And even people like him can get flustered and can lose their cool a little bit. And the more they lose their cool, the easier it is for you to put pressure on them. They're the triggered one now. I thought words weren't violence. Now you're saying you put a person in a chokehold for 15 minutes because of words they've said? Kind of snowflakey behavior, don't you think? A little bit of comedy works too, because he can't, if he gets mad at something stated like that, makes him look bad to the audience, you know? You guys understand what I'm talking about, right? The point is, how do you treat somebody with the contempt they deserve without getting their audience to feel sympathetic towards them?
You'd probably want to stop them because there's signs all over the subway saying if you see something, say something. And I suppose we could go the route of...
That's true. When you see a person being loud, kill them immediately. That is what those signs mean. Vosh, I'm curious, would you have felt nervous in the situation? I would have, but this is no excuse for what happened. Bro, I grew up in LA. I grew up around crazy homeless people yelling all the time. They never attacked me. Sometimes they do. Sometimes people hurt you. But if you're walking around LA, especially at night, the kinds of people who are going to hurt you aren't likely to be like desperate, miserable homeless people. They're likely to be roaming, drunk young adults or people associated with gangs. The homeless people usually are the most disproportionately fucked people in this environment, you know? I don't fear the Now, can a homeless person attack you? Are they often scary? Yes! Don't be an idiot. Don't pretend. Again, I grew up in LA. There are some big, mean homeless people that'll yell at you. You don't know if they have a knife on them. Have they ever drawn a knife on me? No, but it could happen, sure. But just because they look and act scary doesn't mean they should be subject to some kind of extra, ultra harsh standard for legalized violence. You can use lethal force on a person if they demonstrate that they are going to use lethal force on you, and in some other cases, Castle Doctrine, they're going to rape someone, blah, 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 you know. If I have a gun in California, which is not an easy task to get a concealed carry license, but if I did, and a homeless person shouted at me, yelled at me, and I drew and shot them in the head, I would go to jail. Rightfully so. If they pulled a knife on me and I shot them in the head, I would not go to jail because they demonstrated an intent to apply lethal force to me, and I responded in kind. A 15-minute chokehold is lethal force. It is an action which is likely to kill. A bullet doesn't have to kill, you know. Guns aren't referred to as lethal weapons because they're guaranteed to kill. They're referred to as lethal weapons because they're likely to and capable of killing. Pretty easily, too. Same with 15-minute chokeholds. It's lethal force, disproportionately applied. Personally, in my opinion, I find the 15-minute chokehold to be a lot more egregious because a person getting scared and panic firing at a homeless person is disgusting. But it's also potentially a flash of bad decision-making, an instinctual, regrettable reaction. I'm not saying it's good. It's not. A 15-minute chokehold requires a pretty significant commitment. California has strict escalation laws. You could still go to jail if you pull a gun on a person with a knife. Okay, well, California's cucked when it comes to guns. So what do you want from me? Okay, never mind. If you're in California, let the homeless person stab you to death. Anyway, let's move on.
When Luke Rudkowski had that video, there was a guy in a subway with a knife stabbing people, and the cop said, we're not going to get involved at all. And then some guy had to try and intervene himself. It's funny, that guy's a hero.
Yeah, that was...
Wait, what? What, a guy was stabbing and cops looked at a guy stabbing and they were like, no, we're not going to... What? What? I don't even know what he's referring to.
I think, oh yeah, here it is. Matt Walsh retweeted Alexandria Cortez's tweet from 6 hours ago and asking specifically, what are they supposed to do? What are people supposed to do in this situation? Are they just supposed to sit there? If someone's screaming, they're gonna hurt somebody. You just sit there and wait until they actually hurts the person, and then...
Did he even scream he was gonna hurt somebody? So the answer is no. But also, yeah. Depending on the kind of threat, sometimes you just listen to the person yelling. So if I'm walking by an alleyway and there's a homeless guy going, I'm gonna fuck you up, and he's like 20 feet away from me, just in an alleyway, yeah, I can't draw a gun and shoot him. Yeah. Now, if he like ran up to me and was like, hey, you, I'm gonna fucking hit you, and he's like, okay, well, hold on. Now we've escalated the situation here a little bit, because now not only do we have a verbal threat, we also have like a demonstrated interest in carrying it out. A threat on its own does not automatically get lethal force in response. If that was the case, then everyone from Twitter would be shooting everyone else on Twitter. Because like everyone on Twitter is saying like, oh, fuck you, I'll kill yourself, blah, blah, blah. And then like, it's like, oh, okay, well, let's all just meet in a big field in like Montana and fucking yeah, the good ending. Every Twitter user just all meets in Montana and draws at noon.
Can you respond?
And I'm just curious, you know, honest question. We have the story from the Daily Mail from October. 25 victims have been shoved in front of subway cars so far this year.
What does this have to do with what we're talking about? I feel like they're trying to gaslight us. Every time I read the story, I feel like surely I missed that he had a knife or something. That is exactly what they're trying to do, yeah. They want the average conservative, the average Tim Pool audience member, you know, brain damaged enough as it is, to hear all of this bullshit. And this is why I think Lance should be like way more specific. What exactly did he do? And just think like, oh yeah, he was menacing, he was attacking them, when no such thing apparently was happening. The point is gaslighting.
2 victims were killed. Where was the protest?
So there's no connection. It's literally like, people are mad about this one death. What about these other deaths? Where are the protests? Well, as is often the case, people tend to protest when the murder of a person is not criminally dealt with. If a person is shoved in front of the subway cars and they're caught on video, the cops will arrest them. But this guy was let go by the police. That's what the protest is for. This happens guys, how many times has this happened? A black person has been murdered and the murderer gets off and people protest, and then they're like, well, what about this one time a black person killed someone? And it's like, you look at the story and they got arrested immediately afterwards. This has happened so many times. Like every single time.
Well, you know, where was the video footage of it?
There is video footage of it.
Is it?
Why didn't Lance respond there?
Yes.
Public video footage?
And I can't play it on YouTube, but yo, there's video footage of people being pushed in front of trains. And
the cops got there, identified the person, then let them go. Did that happen? Is that true?
Where's AOC? Where's any of these protesters? Nowhere to be found. Anarcho-tyranny is that When the criminals do it, as explained in, what was it, Solzhenitsyn, the Gulag Archipelago, when a criminal does this act in the Soviet Union, that's just a criminal. That's what they do. But when you, the citizen, defend yourself.
Did you hear the audio in the video? There are several people telling the Marine to let the guy go. Apparently he shits himself and the Marine keeps choking on him. Well, yeah, he wanted to kill him, probably.
You knew better.
But so you're blaming AOC for not bringing attention to this specifically? So as
blaming?
in, like, or you're saying that
criticizing.
she's hypocritical because she doesn't talk about the people being pushed in front of trains, but she's talking about this now? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying hypocritical. No, I'm saying I have a question of why now? Why only when people are victimized and they defend themselves are we now upset about what happened on the subway?
See, what Tim doesn't know is that the people who were pushed onto the subway tracks yelled a little bit at the person who pushed them beforehand.
We're talking about a poor homeless person
who
yes, may have been having an episode and died in what ended up being the struggle. That's so. Why are the people who were subduing him victims? What makes them victims of this?
He assaulted them.
So you have that on camera that he assaulted them first.
Okay.
According to all the news reports and the police and the witness statements.
Can we see the footage? I want to see. I haven't seen that yet.
I think we can show that.
He hasn't. Oh, did this happen like when Lance was heading out? Was this like breaking news right when Lance got there and he hasn't seen it yet? Yes. Oh, okay. That's really okay. Okay, that's why. I was thinking he's speaking with a low level of confidence. I hadn't seen it because I've been on vacation. Yeah. So yeah, dealing with shit like this with like no prior yeah, that does suck. It's with Tim, they do like to talk about current events at the TimCast show. So you want to go like, okay, well, what are they likely to talk about, you know?
Well, okay, so according to the news reports, the witnesses and the police, he went and threatened violence against people, which is assault. And
No, he did. Wait, no. First of all, no, that's not assault. Not necessarily. And second of all, with what threats? What did he say?
But you're saying he specifically threatened violence against the people who subdued him. Do we have evidence of that? It's one thing for him to be in a train being like, I'm upset.
You're not winning an argument here.
Tim doesn't respond. Right there, see? He doesn't want to respond that, the fucking pussy. Yeah, he knows, because he knows he's lying, you know? Right there.
I'm not trying to win an argument.
You're being
I'm
awfully
asking
pedantic.
It's awfully pedantic for you to specifically say what he did to deserve being murdered.
Pedantic?
Yes.
Why would you use pedantic in this?
So don't take the bait, Lance. This is the thing. Jibber jabber. Ignore the jibber jabber. He's going to do everything to pull you from that question, but the fact that he's pulling you from it is evidence that it was the right question to ask.
Form. As in, I'm trying to get to the root of this problem.
No. It's absurd to imply that if a guy walks up to a woman and says he's going to harm her, that another man can't protect her.
Right, and so this is why I'm asking: did he say to the people who subdued him, "I'm going to harm you.
Yes,
I'm going to hurt you"?
That's immaterial to a self-defense claim.
What? Well, you know, saying I'm going to harm you is assault. Okay, so did he say I'm going to harm you? Well, that's immaterial to the assault claim. What? We're going to get a lot of use out of this. Oh my God. Magical. Fucking magical thinking.
Claim in proportionality.
Okay.
If this guy was threatening people, right? And then someone said, I'm going to stop you before you hurt someone. That is legal self-defense acting in the defense of others. That
Neely did not appear to be armed or looking to attack anyone, Vasquez told CNN. Yeah. So Lance has to press on this. Like, okay, so what did he say? You keep saying abstractly what he did, but like, what did he do? Like, tell me specifically, what were the words? It sounds like you're making it up.
That makes those people who are stopping the guy threatening people the victims of a violent individual who is trying to cause harm. Yeah,
God, I really wish Lance had said like, okay, so do you think that if so if you're like transgender and anyone like you're at a protest and there's like counter protesters and one of them says like, fuck you, tranny, I'm gonna fuck you up, you can shoot them? I would love to see like Tim immediately like try to parse that immediately, right? Though it would have to be after this because the jibber jabber flows. You know, it would be getting on another subject. The idea that like any vague threat can be responded to with lethal force is psychotic and would immediately end civilization. It would be the end of all things. The funny thing is that what Tim is talking about here isn't even like psychotic in a medieval sense, because if you go back to like 1,000 years ago or whatever, and Tim said this, they would like they'd beat his ass back then. Because that'd be insane. Can you imagine, like, the year is 1127, and any time a guy yells at you or sounds threatening, like people are killing each other, there wouldn't be anyone left. There are higher standards of civility. They had rules about drawing swords back in the Middle East. Like the idea, it is a level of paranoid, psychotic, right-wing delusion that exceeds the excesses of our history. It's out of time and place. It's insane.
I just find it fascinating that there's an effort to defend the aggressor in this circumstance, right?
Oh, so you're suggesting that the guys, even if the guys that were choking out weren't the ones being threatened, that they're still considered a victim because they stepped in to defend other people?
Well, I'm saying outright that if you're on a train and there's a guy, you're on a train, you can't get off that train. You are trapped,
Yeah,
right?
You can move to a different subway car, which the article said other people did. I don't think he was like following people subway car to subway car, like menacing them.
I used to live in this area, by the way. I used to live in Flatbush. I used to take these trains every single day. I have seen this. I have seen this and worse. I've seen people in the middle of episodes where I was like, this person could potentially either harm themselves or harm me. It never crossed my mind that I need to choke them out to the point of potential death in order to protect everyone else on the train. That never even entered my mind. So that's why I'm asking you, do you have specific footage of him threatening the very people who subdued and ended up killing him?
So the one mistake that Lance is making, that Tim, I guarantee you, because I can see the future, it's a power I have that you don't. The mistake that Tim is making here is that it does not matter whether the threats were directed against the three men or against people broadly. Apart from that, he's right on the money here. But it doesn't matter who it's directed at.
But why does that matter?
I don't think there is footage.
But like, what is it?
All right, well then that's all I want to know.
But what does
All
it
right.
have to do with what I said? That's why I understand your thought.
Because I would think that the proportionality being that you ended up killing them, even if that was not your intent, I understand that you don't think he intended to do that, fine. But even if that was it, were they like threats to him in the immediate present? Were they on the verge of committing an act of violence towards him that required proportional violence that ended up in death?
But it's not a requirement someone threatens you for you to act in defense.
See? I can see the future. See? Tim Pool is ignoring the question and is going to pretend that the entirety of the question is centered around who specifically the threats were directed against, as opposed to the real question, which is what the fuck were the threats anyway?
Of others. Right? So your question is kind of in an unnecessary direction. And I'll elaborate. If you're on a train and you're trapped in a box.
Jibber jabber. It's gibber. Now he's going to talk about, if there's a woman who's being menaced by a homeless person, then you have every right to step into, but it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
And someone is threatening violence, then yeah, you're a victim. Because
so I've been a victim multiple times then. I was in these subways.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the craziest thing to me.
So again, Lance hasn't seen the video because this is new to him. But he should be like pressing on it. What violence? Because this is the gaslighting, right? Tim is taking advantage of this. What violence? What specifically happened?
I don't feel like a victim. I've never been hurt. I never was hurt by people who were going through those kind of episodes.
Other people have been.
I'm not saying they haven't. I'm not saying this is a good thing.
25 people were pushed in front of trains.
Okay, so these 25 people who were pushed in front of trains, how is that directly related? Were these people also going through episodes? Were they also people who were homeless?
Don't engage in the bait. Don't even like try to like ask facetiously if there's a parallel, because there's not. It's literally just to distract you.
Did they have mental illness?
I would say anybody shoving
here?
someone in front of a train at random is like going through an episode. You know what I mean? The correlation is that crime and murder on the subway has been
Wait, what? Shoving someone onto the track, what means the person who shoved is having a mental episode? Also, Tim is lying. There were actual protests and shit for some of the shovings. Oh, oh, wow. Play the video. What?
New tonight, honoring the life of the woman who was pushed to her death into an oncoming subway train. CBS 2's Ali Bauman on the tributes to Michelle Go in Times Square tonight.
Hundreds of people joined together here tonight, pained and solemn, but determined to ensure Michelle Go did not die in vain. Michelle Go's smile shines over Times Square, feet above where she was pushed
Holy
to her
shit.
death onto subway tracks over the weekend.
A full fucking Times Square built. Jesus Christ. Where's the people where's the people protesting?
Increasing, or has at least been apparent in the press, but I don't see you caring about it at all until it's the
Don't
aggressor.
engage. It's all bad faith. It's 100% bad faith. It's not like Tim is showing up for these fucking vigils. It's these literally just to distract you.
Who gets killed?
No one, I think, on the left is going to defend this stat that you're pulling.
Then why put a guy in prison for finally saying stop killing people?
This is like, Tim, if I...
What? That's what happened with Jordan Neely's death. A guy is going to be put in prison for finally saying, he's the first guy to say this, you know? Nobody had said this before. Stop killing people. And he just said it. And that was what he said.
If I approached you today and I was like, hey, do you know what goes on in Rikers Island? Have any of you done a show on what happens in Rikers Island? How they hold people in Rikers Island? Do you know what?
We
completely, Lance just took the bait here, unfortunately. Nothing, you have to, so this is one of the reasons why being nice can make you, can be like a handicap in some debates. When people are deliberately evasive, what you need to do is you need to ignore the feeling that it's rude to repeat questions. Because sometimes you'll ask a question and the other person will be like, boo, and they'll like ramble off or do something. And you have to be like, cool, now answer my question. And that feels really rude to do, but you need to. Because when you're arguing with somebody who acts in good faith, you know, you can expect them to reach out and make an effort to fulfill their part of the conversational the expectations, you know, to put work into keeping their side of things well regulated. But the more you ask a question over and over, and the more they refuse to answer or give bad answers or half answers, the more bad they look.
Not Rikers Island specifically, but we talk about prison reform all the time.
Okay,
and how
do you know about bail reform and the fact that people die in Rikers Island waiting to have their day in court because they can't afford it?
And we've talked about it.
And you've done entire shows on that. And you've talked about how people literally die in prison while they're waiting for that shit?
We talked
That's
about
terrible.
Okay, so we actually talked about one guy who got wrongly arrested, lost his job, was kicked out of his apartment, went to Rikers for 3 months, only to be released and then told, sorry, there's nothing you can do about it. The city owes him nothing because they consider...
You should also never ask questions like this to a liar, because they can lie. I don't know if Tim's lying right now. He's lied the whole conversation, so he could be now. But asking questions, you know, like, well, where were you with this? Or what'd you say about this? You know, they'll lie. It'd be like asking Tim Pool, like, well, oh, you claim to care about the common man. What about healthcare? Have you talked about like healthcare and improving healthcare costs for Americans? And the truth is, like, Tim Pool wants you to die in a gutter with tuberculosis. He wants to piss on your corpse. You know, but he'll lie and pretend that he's been some kind of principled supporter for Medicare for all for like 15 years or whatever, you know. So you don't ask questions like that.
The prosecution...
He did ask that healthcare question later in the episode. And what did Tim say, Prog Pro 96?
To be malicious. But this is the problem, man. Like... We talk about stuff like this all the time.
But the example you just gave me was not me talking about the systemic problem of people who are poor being in Rikers Island before they get to trial. They die before they're not released. You just gave me a story of someone who was released prior to that.
I'm giving you an example of a specific show we've actually
talked about. And of course, this is now, Tim has succeeded in the sense this is now all completely irrelevant.
About someone wrongly held and had their life destroyed.
Okay.
Now, of course, we can go on further and say, yes, people have died. Yes, the system is corrupt. And my point is this. When we talk about stuff like this, like, wow, in October, we talked about 25 people being pushed in front of train cars. You guys just shit all over us and ignore these problems. Then finally, when three guys...
The left shits all over Tim for coming out against people being... Actually, you know what? I'll agree with Tim on this one. The way in which Tim Pool covered the subway people getting pushed in front of the trains was probably really shitty, and I would criticize him for it, yeah. Not because I'm pro pushing people in front of trains, but because he definitely was really retarded when talking about it.
Or in this, I told you, no one's on the other side of this. No one is pro push people onto trains.
Where's your protest? Where's your protest?
Where's my protest?
Yeah, where's your protest?
Where's your Rikers protest?
We had it on the show, but you don't watch
did a
the
protest?
show.
You did an actual protest. You guys stood up and then walked.
So this is false righteous indignation, obviously. Tim's not actually upset, and he doesn't actually have any strong feelings about whether or not, you know, Lance has talked about this. This is an act he's doing because he's succeeded here. The goal was, can he divert from the actual topic and feign outrage that Lance hasn't personally attended a protest for one of some people who got pushed in front of a train at some point, somewhere, sometime. And now he's done it. Now he's here. And this is why you never want to accept any of this, because it's clip farming. He's just looking. Now there's like a nice little 30-second clip here where it's like, you know, a leftist confronted with the fact that they don't care about the, you know, that kind of bullshit.
We don't go on the streets ever.
But
Right?
I'm not blaming you for not talking about that, Tim, because this is the problem of like you are judging someone based on absence, based on your absence of caring about something. Why haven't you talked about this, Lance? The fact that you haven't talked about this means that you don't care about that.
That's not what I said.
Not true, though.
That's not what I said.
That's the implication of what you were saying right now.
My implication is, instead of helping us deal with this when we talk about it, you make up garbage about us and then post nonsense on the internet.
When have I brought up garbage about people pushing people to trains? This is the most random
I'm not
example.
talking about you saying, I'm saying you don't talk about it, right? I'm not criticizing you for not talking about it. I'm saying finally, when there are people who are like, we've had 25 people pushed in front of trains, we've had 2 of them killed, I'm not going to let this person hurt somebody. It's y'all saying that person should
now we've had another person killed. And now we're finally...
go to prison. It's like, how is that solving the problem? You guys are making it worse. Thanks for watching this clip from...
Yeah, see? And then it cuts off right there, even though they definitely continue to talk for a while. Really interesting that Tim is describing a murder in broad daylight as solving a problem. Yeah, this is literally like murdering somebody for being loud in a subway, and Tim is framing this as the murderer was doing some kind of heroic protest against crime on the subway. Yeah. There's a 2.5-hour VOD. Not for any amount of money in the world, thank you. I looked it up. The train pushers have all been arrested because they're on fucking camera and shit. Damn, that's crazy. It's almost like, generally speaking, the reason people protest is because they feel like there's an injustice outside the actual random crime. A random murder is an injustice, of course, but it's a much greater injustice when the police look at it and vet it by not arresting the person. Yeah. I do genuinely think that Tim Pool is a good debater. He's pretty good at weaponizing fake righteous indignation. You know, I hesitate to call him retarded, apart from the fact that I actually say it a lot. Largely because, you know, he fakes everything that he says. Yeah, he's a weasel. He had a lot of openings. Well, Tim will okay. This sounds like kind of arrogant, but like the first time that I went on Tim Pool, I did pretty good. Not perfectly, of course, you know, but I did pretty good. The second time I went on Tim Pool, Tim backed the fuck away from me and let Charlie Kirk do the debating. And then Charlie Kirk was deferential 5 minutes in. If I went on Tim Pool again, he wouldn't act that way with me. Tim Pool proportions his response to the competence and the awareness and the knowledge of the person that he's talking to. And I've seen Lance debate, and I think that sometimes Lance does well and sometimes he does poorly, but I think he overwhelmingly does well when he's talking to people who act in good faith. Tim doesn't at any point, which means that dealing with him is more of a rhetorical exercise in calling out dishonesty and pressing points and not taking bait than it is like a good faith engagement with the points. It's very unfortunate, the environment that we're in right now, because like every single thing that Lance said, or maybe almost every, I don't remember everything, but what he said was right. And we're in an environment right now where being right has literally no connection to the effectiveness with which you push your talking points. It's not even that it's not good enough. It's like there's no connection. The stuff Tim was saying there was completely insane. It was delusional. If you meet someone like Tim Pool IRL, what would your bullet points be to remember if we went to debating a topic? How do we approach them? How do we identify their bait? If you met someone like that IRL, you wouldn't debate him. You just like same at the grocery store or whatever, right? I mean, you mean like go on his show? If you're in conversations like that, you have to have a rock solid understanding of exactly what you want to talk about, and you want to repeatedly press them on the weak points of their arguments. The weak points of their arguments are the things they'll try to pull you away from. So the more they deflect, the more they waste your time, the more you pull you away. That's an indication you're onto something good. You know, their weakness is something in all likelihood they're aware of if they're so an honest interlocutor is often not aware of what their weak points are, because a person who honestly believes what they're talking about probably doesn't think there are weak points in their argument. They might understand there are some issues where they're more or less knowledgeable, but for the most part, a person who is committed to their position probably isn't going to try to actively push you away from it because they think they're right. They think that given enough time and exposure, you will, even if you won't come around, you know, at the very least, their position will be acknowledged by the public. Their audience is correct. But a person who's a known liar, who knows they're lying, who knows they're deflecting, knows their weak points because they know what they're lying about. So they'll try to pull you away. Did you see? God, man, I wish it was perfect. I called it perfectly. Lance asked the right question, and everything Tim talked about for the next 10 minutes was nonsense. Lance specifically asked what was said to constitute a threat, and Tim responded with what was something like, well, that's not material. Or what was it exactly that he said? You know, oh, come on, you're being pedantic, you know? And then from that point forward, every word out of Tim's mouth was an effort to pull Lance away from that specific question. So learn when that is happening. If you're trying to push somebody on a point and you feel like you've got them on something, like you've got a question, you really think they can't answer that well, and then they bring up some other point, don't address it. Just don't. Just ignore them. You have your point. And if they repeat their point again, they're like, well, why are you ignoring? And you can just say, I feel like I have you, and you're running away from it. Now, I can answer yours after you answer mine. And then you repeat your question. The whatever, you know. And you have to be good about that. And you have to be rude, too. You have to be very confrontational. I really hate Tim Pool's audience. Would you ever go on Tim show again? Yeah, sure. I hate flying out in person for somebody, but I'll do it for Tim because he's got a big platform. You know, I agreed to go on to talk to Michael Knowles because Michael Knowles was like, who are some good interlocutors on the left? And then I got like 30,000 likes replying to him. And then the Nazi bitch who works for Tim, the redheaded libertarian, or is that a different one? Whatever, one of them said, oh, I'll set you up. But then he didn't respond, of course, because like obviously it's all fake. They know they're wrong. They know they lie. I keep saying it, man. One of the reasons debates are hard to come by these days is because the right has more actively embraced the knowledge that they're lying. They know they're lying. They didn't used to. Not all of them. There were plenty of sincere conservatives a couple years ago, but not anymore. They're a rare commodity now. Nice. Oh, okay, logical pretzels. Hold your horses. What is this? Trump Econoboy. More mass. Okay, hold on. I think we have time for one more segment, don't we? Do I have to talk about the Florida kidnapping bill? Is it really that much of a big deal that Florida will kidnap trans children? Is that really that big of a deal? You're going to talk about the UK thing? Yeah. Georgia electors. Oh. Oh my God. There's so much going on all the time. I don't even know what's going on in the UK. Somebody give me a relevant article. UK? That's a video. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we have enough. We have enough for 2 segments. 2 segments. So, Florida's going to help.
Micah
Oh my God, really? Autoplay on a news site? I will restart the segment then. Man, 2 seconds down the drain, huh? Oh, it's not even an article. It's just a fucking video. I don't care about a video. Get out of here. You know, so just a little while ago, the Don't Say Gay bill was expanded. All of the, well, don't you think 10 years old is too young to learn about gay people? Are now going, well, don't you think 18 years old being able to smoke and drive a car is a little bit too young to hear about gay people? In Florida schools, teachers are planning on leaving. It's a whole shit show over there. And also they can kidnap trans children now. Yeah, really, though. It's been sent over to Governor DeSantis, who I believe hasn't signed it yet, but almost certainly will. I can't imagine why he wouldn't, considering he's the primary architect of this arc we're on. Here, from the New Republic, Florida passes bill allowing trans kids to be taken from their families and sent to DeSantis. Oh, by the way, now Florida is now a code red, by the way. If you're trans, I would recommend leaving the state, even if it means like backpacking. I'm sorry. It's pretty bad over there. This is a pretty immediate situation. Yeah. Passed the Senate 26-13 and the House 83-28. Party lines, you know how it is. They want you dead. If signed into law, which it will be, almost certainly, the measure will allow the state to take custody of a child if they've been subjected to or are threatened with being subjected to gender-affirming care, which includes puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy. Now, I want you to wonder what the conservative Floridian courts consider threatened with being subjected to. I'm not going to dance around it, okay? If you're like even remotely progressive in Florida and you have children and you like a pro-trans meme, I guarantee you they're going to use that with threatened with being subjected to with regards to your kids and trans-affirming healthcare. Like, do not pretend there's some degree of legal objectivity that is going to protect you, okay? Florida courts could modify custody agreements from a different state if the minor is likely to receive gender-affirming care in that second state. Basically meaning that if you have a custody agreement with a kid and the other person's in another state and that other person threatens to subject them to gender-affirming care, then the custody agreement could be rewritten so you get full control of them. Right. Medical facilities. The bill also targets trans adults. Only physicians are allowed to offer gender-affirming care, not nurse practitioners. Anyone who violates the law could be charged with a misdemeanor. Nice. Minors who have already begun transitioning will be allowed to continue to do so, but they are no longer allowed to receive care via telehealth, including for prescriptions. So that's in-person doctor appointments every time. Good luck with that scheduling-wise. The doctors have to tell them about the risks of gender-affirming care, and patients will have to sign an informed consent form, which the ACLU has pointed out is full of misinformation. Doctors who violate any of these new rules can be charged with a felony, which means in practice, doctors just won't do it because they know the courts will charge them with a felony no matter what, because these bills are flagrantly illegal and unconstitutional, and it doesn't matter because something is only unconstitutional if there are people with the power to actually, act on it. They can't do that. That's illegal, right? So yeah, kidnapping. Kidnapping, guys, it's pretty bad over there. I do think that this is going to backfire. Oh, sorry. I do think this is going to backfire because I guarantee you there are going to be high-profile cases of overzealous prosecutors in Florida kidnapping children. Okay, guys, I need you to understand. I know things are bad right now, but state seizes child because progressive parents support trans rights is not a good headline, even to a lot of conservatives. I know that may sound crazy, but again, remember, lots of regular conservatives are like normal people with bad ideas. The politicians they elect are demons. There is a difference. Sometimes. Yeah. It's hilarious that TTTT still thinks you're hyperbolic for pointing out this. First of all, it's TTTT. They're all retards and self-hating, okay? Why would the opinion of those people matter? They can barely figure out whether or not they should hate themselves for their gender identity. Not my problem. There are a lot of people who are claiming that it's there's hyperbole with this. For instance, there was a PolitiFact article, which I'm highlighting here because I hate it and I want to find and embrace the person who wrote it. No, Florida can't kidnap trans kids under proposed law, but it does affect custody disputes. Let me see if I can find... A second provision in the bill relates to a warrant to take physical custody of a child who is at risk of serious harm, including gender-affirming care. PolitiFact, very politically neutral. Oh yeah, risk of serious harm, including gender-affirming care. That's a very politically factual thing to type out. But sources disagree on the provision's scope and whom it can impact. So basically it says, no, Florida can't kidnap kids under proposed law. And then it goes on to say, okay, well, if there's a threat they receive gender-affirming care, they can kidnap them. So total lie. There are a lot of people who are not kidnapped. That word is on my mind. Who are committed to downplaying the severity of this law, and there are two reasons for this. One is because they're conservatives who know they're lying, and two is because they're radical centrist types who think the left is being loudly hyperbolic again and again, i.e. conservatives who know they're lying. I do want to point it out, though, that this this shit isn't gonna fly, man. A lot of Florida's income, a lot of its economy is built on tourism and a developing, flourishing, youth tech industry in its major cities, Miami or whatever, right? Miami, Orlando, Disney. Except DeSantis is anti-Disney, their main tourism draw. And not only that, now, who the fuck is going to go to Florida for a holiday retreat knowing that Florida can legally seize their children? Who would go to Florida knowing there is any law on the books that would give the state any justification, any legal right to just take your kids? Think of all the young people in Miami. A lot of people go to Miami, housing prices are a little bit lower than some of the West Coast. There's some stuff to do there. There's a nice party scene. Fine. But stuff like this drives people off, man. Drugs. Shit's going to get bad soon. Yeah, well, it's pretty bad now, too. Listen, yeah, I hate to do this, but if you are a transgender and you're in Florida, you're on DEFCON 1. Stop drinking alcohol. Stop smoking weed. Work, close your debts, and save up money to get somewhere else. Anywhere else. Raise money if you need to. Try to get public support. Try to find community networks in mid-sized cities and blue states nearby that you think might have some accommodations or low rent costs. Do something. I'm actively encouraging you to get out of that state, okay? Please. Now, I'm not saying upend your life on a whim or on the basis of a YouTuber. I don't know your life situation exactly. I'm just saying that this is pretty wild. You know, people this, that, the other about the term genocide, but seizing the children of a minority group is so on the nose. Are any other states close to Florida levels of danger? Isn't it Tennessee, Montana, Oklahoma, Texas? I think Florida's the worst of them right now. Florida's the worst of them right now. I don't think Missouri, yeah. I think Florida's the worst of them. But there will be more. Oh, for those for whom moving is literally impossible, consider trying to find local support groups. Yeah, let me put my little doomer bit together here if I can. And it's not doomer like I think things are going to turn out bad. They just might be bad for a bit, okay? So let me try to find a tactful way of putting this if I can, okay? If you're a transgender youth in Florida, there's never been a better time on looking up online resources on how to not want to die while staying in the closet a bit longer, huh? That's all I'm saying. That's a choice for you to make. I'm just saying situation's really dangerous right now, you know? Nobody likes to give advice like stay in the closet because it's terrible advice to give. It feels horrible to say. It sounds horrible to hear. But obviously, the reason people stay in the closet isn't just because they're nervous or shy. They stay in the closet because historically, coming out as gay or trans has often been a pretty good, easy way to, at the very least, lose access to resources and at the most get killed by people around you. And, you know, are you going to go back in time to somebody in 1973 who's in the closet and go like, bro, live your truth, come out? Like, you're just going to tell them that? Like they live in like Arkansas or something? No, there's a reason they're in the closet. Look, I'm just saying, you know, we live in a surveillance state. The government can access your texts, your Discord logs. If you're cisgender in person but transgender online, they want to know, they'll learn, they'll find out. I don't think that paranoia is warranted, but a certain level of caution and temperance when it comes to what you do and say and who you associate with might be a really good idea. Build community networks. Find people nearby, or at least spaces, events nearby, where people are more sympathetic to your cause. You know, unless you're in the most rural of areas, there are places nearby where people will understand and do your best to keep a close rank. Do you guys, I need affirmation here. Can you guys tell me that you understand what I mean, that you're not going to get mad at me for saying everyone in Florida should just stay in the closet? Because I'm not saying that. I'm saying that people in Florida and in these states broadly should understand that, as unfair as it is, you're at an elevated risk level. And that means the calculations pertaining to how public you are about your identity are something that you need to keep in mind. Obviously, keep an eye on state laws that are both to be passed and passing in your in your state, if possible. And don't run afoul of them. Seriously. Save money and try to move to a better place. I know that's very expensive. I know that it doesn't seem very doable, but man, I can't believe I'm going to say this. Just move is workable advice in these situations. Sometimes they just involve sacrifice. If we're talking like any means necessary, you could probably find very low-cost rentals in some shitty little rural off-the-highway town somewhere and get a local job at like a Chipotle that truckers visit, nonstop day in and day out, so they can, blast ass while they're on the road, in their little like driving porta potty. It might be more doable than it seems. A lot of the costs we incur aren't strictly necessary in like a survival sense. This gets more difficult when you talk about medications and all that stuff. It's always difficult. I just want you guys to be safe, I just, I don't know. I just sometimes, I do care about you guys. Not individually, I don't know you. But as a group, I know that there are trends amongst my audience, one of which being that a lot of you are, trans. And I just have this feeling, that if things go really south, I'm just going to stop hearing from a lot of people in the audience who are in Florida, Like right now, if I asked who's in Florida, a lot of you would say, I am. It's a populous state. I just don't want to one day, after a bunch of bad political shit, ask that question and have nobody answer. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. So save money. Don't smoke weed unless it's medically necessary. I know that that's a thing. Don't drink. Don't spend money uselessly. Be frugal. Live monastically if you need to, because you will need that money. Potentially, maybe not even, maybe I'm just a worrywart, but you might need that money to keep yourself and your loved ones safe. Everyone agree? Have I phrased this in as unambiguous a way as possible? Okay. %9 of chat is Floridian. I'm sorry. Yes, there are sanctuary states. That is true. I'm a straight white male. What should I do? Do a little dance. Vosh, not disagreeing, but what if you have loved ones who are also in danger who refuse to move with you? Personal choice. Mine, not yours. Well, I am gay. If I had a gay partner and I was gay and we were both together in anti-gay land and I wanted to skedaddle and they didn't, that's their mistake to make. You have to make your own decision, but I don't think you should let really bad decisions from other people keep you down when it comes to stuff like this. We're not talking about like low stakes problems here. You should try to convince them if possible. Maybe you end up being wrong. Maybe you leave and nothing bad happens. Maybe Biden reigns supreme for 50 more terms. I don't know. Oh, there's one last thing I want to say. So from Red Rosa. Vosh, I came into chat, first time chatter, to tell you that 6 months ago you helped me realize I'm trans, but now I'm wishing I never figured out. Let me own you, Red Rosa, in the free marketplace of ideas. You're going to regret coming into my chat, bucko. It's over for you, you fool. Things are bad right now. That is true. But there is a pure and unalienable value in understanding yourself and recognizing your identity. You found out you were trans. Congratulations. It's an unalienable component of who you are right now. Maybe in the future, I think identities are pretty fluid, to be honest. What you'll be 10 years from now, I don't know. But what you are right now is what you are. And you should be happy you found that out. And thank you for the kind words. There is, I can't believe I'm saying this, great joy to be found in being a member of a marginalized group, even if you have to be in the closet, even if you have to be afraid for a while. I've talked to a lot of older gay people. I grew up next to West Hollywood, so I had friends and friends of friends and blah, blah. like gay men in their 50s, their 60s, gay women sometimes, though it's mostly men in West Hollywood, it feels. And I have never heard somebody say, you know, I regret having ever found out. I never hear somebody say, I wish I'd stayed in the closet longer. I never hear these stories. Maybe one or two somewhere, but overwhelmingly, the knowledge of oneself, that's valuable stuff. Now, the question is, how can you live your best life under these circumstances? Can a trans person take pleasure in their identity, the validity of that identity, being trans, self-understanding, while being in the closet? Can a gay person? The answer to these things is unquestionably yes. It's not good to be in the closet, but being in the closet is not the death of your identity. Your identity is largely an internal facet of being. It exists whether or not you're in the closet. And being in the closet doesn't mean you have to be in the closet with everyone. You can have friends. You can find supportive people. You can develop a greater understanding of yourself. You can live with a knowledge of the answers to questions that you never knew to ask before realizing you were trans. It's not the end of anything. It's a restrictive period. Sure, it's a difficulty. It's an obstacle. But it's not nothing. So don't worry that you found out you're trans. I know there's a lot of negative stuff to contend with right now, but I'm sure that the fine and sensible people in my audience will discover ways to prepare for the worst while responsibly and happily exploring their identities, you know. And things will get better eventually. All right. Feel like I've over-talked this a little bit, but, you know. Says Vosh from his cozy Seattle apartment. Mm-hmm. That's true. I am wealthy and correct. I live a pretty good life. Vosh being happy and correct, can a man have too much? Maybe. Who did I epically own in debate again? Red Rosa? TY for owning me in the marketplace of ideas. I'll continue organizing and try to live a happy life. Love you, man. Oh, nice. Thank you. I saw Bright Sea. UK? Do we have to? Fine. Okay, I'm learning this as you all are. We're getting my running commentary on something I know literally nothing about. Sounds like another Vosh stream. So apparently the Tories did really badly in the UK. Let's see. Yep. That looks like that. Number of councillors. Labour gets 536. Tories lose 1,058. Oh my God. Oh, that's embarrassing. Clear rejection of Rishi Sunak, says Labour. Oh, man. The Tories and their leadership just not looking good. To be fair, right now, Labour honestly is Tory light. So you know, this isn't really a victory of good over evil. More so, you know, evil's kind of stubbing its toe a little bit. But hey, you know, we love to see the bad guys lose. We love to see toe stubbing. What's LD? Liberal Democrats, right? Yeah. The Greens are winning a bit. Yeah, the problem is the American Green Party sucks. I don't actually remember if the UK Green Party sucks, but this is a pretty big uptick. This is like doubling how many seats they have. Whatever, it's probably good for democracy. 48 councils, more than 1,000 councillors. Woo! Exceeding their worst predictions. Woo! Man. God damn. The Greens did really well, 11% of the total vote. Yeah, they literally doubled the number of seats or the number of councillors they got. Really, really good. Little short of calamitous. That is such a British way of describing an electoral loss. Why do French men pee on the street? All right. We may never know. Liberal Democrats. Almost 250 Green councillors were elected, and the party won its first ever outright majority on a council in mid-Suffolk. So does that mean it's going to be green on the map now? Would that be the first time we'd see green on the map? That's pretty significant. Huh. Well done. Well, that's not everything that's happened in the UK, right? There was a coronation. Give me the video. Coronation live. What's up? Oh my God, that's crazy, dude. The king gets to show off the boys that he gets to molest later? That's crazy. Sorry. It's like, it's the coronation. I don't care. Wow, he's gonna be dead in like 6 months anyway. Whatever. What? Oh, from CNN News 18. Was King Charles' coronation a great spectacle or a damp squib? I'm going to say it's a waste of taxpayer money, I am. Oh, looks like 57% of them say it's a great spectacle. Sorry. I am. No comments. Losers. God save the king. Nope. Yeah, so anyway, there were some anti-monarchist protesters directly outside of the coronation who got arrested. What's going on there, huh?
A bunch of our organisers arrived this morning with placards. It's a completely peaceful demonstration. The police, without telling us why, without telling us where they're taking them, have arrested all of our lead organisers, and they've seized all our placards.
They call themselves Republicans? Well, in the context of a monarchy, Republicans would just be anti-monarchy. Yeah. As in, like, for the Republic.
It feels like something out of a police state, because we still don't know why anyone's been arrested, and we still don't know where they're taking our people, you know? Britain's meant to be a democracy, but Charles isn't treating it like one.
Huh. Yeah, apparently they weren't doing anything. That was the, that was what I saw. Basically just like, they said they would have a low tolerance for disruptiveness, and they just arrested them for being disruptive. If you can arrest people who are protesting purely for being disruptive, then that's that, fellas. Protesting isn't a real thing anymore. It's also hugely counterproductive because by the police, because all it's done is create a massive amount of publicity for us. It's completely crazy. Nice. They're all still in custody, apparently. Other depressing news about the coronation? Oh, a food bank closed. That's unfortunate. A poll by YouGov last month found 64% of people in the UK said they had little or no interest in the coronation. Among those 18 to 24, the number voicing little or no interest rose to 75. Nice. Well, glad to see, if nothing else, that the monarchist trend is dying out. Ugh. Who are those punks in the 25%? The kinds of people who are insufferable in my humanities classes in freshman year, no doubt. I saw people shitposting about the subreddit monarchism, where these people are unironically pro-monarchy. I can't fathom the skull shape of people like this. I don't really understand why. This is a forum for those who think monarchy is a noble and viable alternative to the crude and materialistic mob mentality of republicanism. How can you possibly call how can you call republicanism materialistic? Do you know what the royals look? What? This has to be satire. I know it seems like it, but it's actually not. If the British government had spent all this money on an inauguration instead divided among the taxpayers, the average British taxpayer would have received about £4. I'm sure that would have been life-changing. For reference, Joe Biden's inauguration cost $100 million. No one in Britain is starving because some people got nice outfits. In conclusion, God save the king, long may he reign. They do know that Joe Biden is like the president, and he's not just a pedophile who happened to be born into a royal bloodline. He's a pedophile who was born into a non-royal bloodline. Americans' opinions on the monarchy are annoying. There's this woman on TikTok, and she makes herself out to be a royal expert who sounds like she's being paid by Harry and Meghan. The idea of there being a community of people whose lives are dedicated to the defense of the British monarchy and who frame Harry and Meghan as some kind of like evil forces across the pond. Incredible stuff. I cannot imagine living like this. The king's clothes are worth over $1 million. That's insane. Yeah, well. To be honest, I don't really care that much about the money aspect, all the money they take up. I really care more about their behind-the-scenes political power. Also, I just think everyone who's a monarchist should sort of be dumped into the ocean. Maybe like they could be given an island themselves. No, don't. Listen, just take all the monarchists and take the monarchy and give them their own country. Just put them out on an island somewhere. Or, I don't know, Greenland. These fucking cuckolds. Canada will never abolish the monarchy, not without destroying the country. We are a federation of provinces who don't agree on shit. We'll never agree enough to let someone touch the charter. All these hecklers make me wish we did attempt to make Canada a republic, just so they can see what a ruckus it would be. It's so odd to me to see these online Republicans as a Canadian, especially when our country was literally founded on protecting and promoting the British Crown, in contrast to the Americans. They don't want a monarchy, they ought to become Americans. It's mostly just American culture taking over Canada. Sad and true. It devastates me that so many Canadians are imbibing more American culture and media these days. I don't understand how viewing American media and the politics that come with it could possibly make republicanism appealing. Looking back at my former country, a 32-year-old failed state of a republic, and the everlasting election campaign that is the U.S. political system, this person does realize that the UK has a prime minister, right? Wait, do these people understand they have a government? Can't stand Americans feeling like they have the right to say how another country conducts its affairs. Suppose it's nothing new, though. From a British person! Where do you think our country came from? Let the monarchists quiver over their dying empire. You know, the UK's been floundering for a long time now. Right now, the GDP of the United Kingdom is the same as it was back in 2007. They never recovered from the 2008 financial crisis that we caused. These fucking monarchists. Their country's so weak. We caused an economic crisis over here, and it fucked their country so bad that their economy stayed stagnant for the past decade and a half. Our economy bounced back pretty much immediately. This is 2007, and since then it's just been up and down and up and down. Look at that. Now that's a freedom line right there. It's been going up even faster since the pandemic. Look at our 2008 bump. Man, look at that. Eep. Whoosh. A thick, throbbing freedom line. China got a nice curve. Yeah, it does. Some people have speculated that China is lying about its GDP numbers, and I think they are to an extent, but... Oh, you can also see why Japan's floundering right here and why they're so obsessed with cultural purity. Look at them. They've been stagnant since the 90s. Yikes. Like, unironically, though. People still talk about Japan like it's an economic powerhouse. Why? It's not. Cyberpunk nostalgia. Yeah, one of the reasons Cyberpunk always has, like, Tokyo Town or whatever is because the genre of Cyberpunk was mostly sort of codified back when people felt that Japan's economy was going to, like, take over the US. You know what I'd like to see right now? India is actually booming right now, and they have the largest population in the world. How cool would, like, revival Cyberpunk, but with Hindu aesthetics instead of Japanese? You know what I mean? Like, imagine if it was Cyberpunk, except instead of everything being like Japanese, like neon text or whatever, you'd have like elephants and the Gishna and like the Hindu and all that, but like in the Cyberpunk, because that's more realistic, man. They've got a huge population, right? That'd be pretty fucking cool. I feel like, and at that point, everything's so commodified and corporatized that none of it's like authentically Hindu or anything. The same way our culture, like, Christmas gifts aren't authentically Christian, you know. That's what corporatism does, or that's what, you know, it's how it all works, you know. I think it'd be pretty good. Thanks, iDementia. Fuck! I have to read donations before I could leave. Get me out of here. I'm hungry. Fuck. Celine Dragon, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Lumberjack Ent. Thanks for the $5 too. Antifa Private, thank you for the $5. Bosch, I didn't take your criticisms of many anarchist groups well, but after attempts to have discipline in my groups were rejected, I think you were right. Yeah, well, you know, it's a cultural issue. Lena Lux, thanks for the tier 1 sub and the kind words. And Fote Night, yeah, I don't want to watch the abortion debate with... I don't want to watch abortion debates. I just don't. I hate them. I hate them. I hate doing them. C. Jinmir with the $2. Lance did great on trans issues. I might revisit the Lance talking about trans issues one, yeah. Dangerously Dubious Double Davidson with the $2. Thank you very much. Yeah. Holic Master, thank you for the $10. Nice. Well done playing RE4 on hardcore mode. Tab 1907, thank you for the $5. Panty Penetrator, nice name. You mean the thing where, like, you push your dick against the hole through the panties so hard the panties go in too? I've seen that done in hentai, and I gotta say, just looks uncomfortable. Don't get that. I get it's like a, oh, you want to fuck so bad that you literally don't even, like, check first. And the concept is hot. Like, the abstract principle. But physically, tactily, that cannot be comfortable. Oh, also you donated $75. Thank you. My wife and I love your content. We're both doing whippets and drinking. Please trash the shitbag Elon Musk more. Guy's a fake. He's a lot more than that. Thank you, Panty Penetrator. I hope you're enjoying your whippets and drinking. Please do whippets and drinking responsibly, okay? Especially if you need to leave Florida sometime soon. I'm being facetious. You can't really do whippets responsibly, but I assume that you're sort of aware of that, so I won't patronize you. Also, maybe you're more likely to donate when you're high on whippets. I'm lost. Thank you for the $5. Nice. I'm really glad to hear sociology class was made easy for you. Lance Lee, thanks the $5. I think I've heard of Nathan Rich before, but I don't know much about them. Farn Swallow and Rob36, thanks the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate those. Trans Leona, thanks the $10. Leona would be trans. Just wanted to say, watch you since 2019. Always lurking. Your self-help and trans talk helped me become a happy person. Nice. I'm really happy to hear that. That's fantastic. Okay, Comrade, thanks the tier 1 sub. Yes, they did. None of your business with the $10. That CZ75 engraved looks like those classic engraved super epic revolvers from the Wild West media. It's so fantastic. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm very fond of the I don't know what the technical term is. I'm not enough of a gun nut to remember. Fuck me, this is a beauty. Look at that grip, man. Holy shit. This right here. Can somebody tell me what this is? When the frame of the pistol kind of shortens right under the end of the barrel, and you have this. The Browning High Power was the first gun, I think, that really did this. A circumcision? That probably sounds right. They make modern Browning High Powers, but the original is discontinued and has been for a while. You've seen this gun before if you've played, like, probably any World War II game. Nighthawk makes modern ones, which are pretty gorgeous, I think. I think they look really good. But I feel like I like the CZ a little bit more. These guns look pretty heavy. Browning High Powers are still popular in Europe. Yeah, well, they probably got dropped all over there. I want a 3D model of them all. Yeah, probably. Pretty expensive. Oh, you know what's really expensive? CZ orange grip. There's a specific type of, they make competition firearms. I get a large photo of it. Like this. These are supposed to be very good. Like sickeningly good. They're also $2,000. I don't normally like an orange grip, but these guns are pretty handsome. Competition guns tend to have a like weird color palette, I feel. Look up the Renaissance High Power. Oh my goodness. Jesus Christ, dude. It's like the fucking basilica. Look at this. Yeah, I'm in Rome right now. Is that marble? Probably not real marble. Probably wouldn't be a good idea to make it real marble. This is the most bourgeois thing you're into? Actually, maybe to an extent. In my I feel like guns are a thing that you can make look pretty cool because of the cultural associations, the fact that they're mechanically complicated. They're a very severe object, obviously, with their purpose and all. But what's more, I feel like I want to be part, to an extent, of a rejection of the adoption of firearms as like this obscene tactical masculinity enhancing, like the world is dangerous and you need to be prepared for it. I do think the world is dangerous, but if you can make a gun beautiful, I think you should, you know? I think that in a way doing this actually takes away from some of the more toxic elements of gun culture. You see the kinds of guys who are like gun nuts. Do they have guns like this? No, they don't. Gun nuts tend to have like 58 trillion AR-15s and Glocks and shit, like, but they don't tend to go for stuff like this. This is a little bit prissy and ornamental for their preferences. This is more the kind of gun that I would associate with like a drug dealer, you know? Like it's so over the top that it's it doesn't register as this like cold, hard, masculine item. And I don't think of my guns that way. I don't think of them as like this, I'm a gritty survivor in a world of blood, because I think that's fucking stupid. I think that guns can be quite pretty and very impressive. And I think that, by the way, basically everyone thinks this, you know? There's a reason why so many video games put a lot of focus and attention on ornamenting their guns, why CSGO has gun skins or whatever. We all acknowledge they're mechanically complicated. They're severe items. They have a significant purpose. You know what I mean? And they can be made to look very beautiful. And people have been doing gun ornamenting for literally as long as guns have been around. I don't know. I feel like it's nice, you know. It's nice to take it seriously in that fashion, I think. Firearms as Art, a small gallery of CZ's engraved pistol series. From guns.com, no less. Look at these. My goodness. Oh, look at that one. Little dude. This is a little gun. This is a pocket pistol. Will you please buy a Winchester repeater? I have a Mosin Nagant. Well, I can't show it on screen anymore, unfortunately, but I do have one of those. Nah, I get it, Flevier. They're cute. Whew. All right, that one's a bit much for me. This one I feel like I'm looking at the floor of a barber shop after I've had my hair cut a little bit. I quite like this one though. This one looks like a lighter. Doesn't it? A little bit? Like you'd open up the magazine port and you'd like fill it with the oil and the cotton and stuff, and then the flame would come out here. I like the gold inlays on the small one. Yeah, it's very pretty. The most over-the-top gun. So these guns are all special for their customization, but the base gun is rather simple. The CZ75B is like a workhorse pistol. The fanciest gun, the Matiba Unica 6, that I've ever wanted. I don't think I want it now, but it's basically like, it's like the cyberpunk revolver. I've shown it on stream before, but this is here. Are there engraves? Because these are very expensive. Is there even an engraved Matiba Unica 6? Son of a bitch, there is. Yeah, it's the Blade Runner gun. God damn. That's some Hellboy shit. Yeah, they fire those casual round. What's the hunting round? The what's it? 357 casual. What's the? I forget the number because I'm never gonna fire a bullet that big. 454. The 454 casual. Yeah. What's the muzzle velocity on those? Pressure 65,000 psi. Compared to a 9mm bullet, which most pistols fire. Which is... how many? Why can't I find this info offhand? I got distracted again, didn't I? 35,000, yeah. Big bullet. There you go. Kazoo. Kazoo. There we go. No, it's not as big as a 500. All right, sorry. Let's finish. Sogama with the $2. So noted. Thank you. Logical Pretzel with the $5. Vosh, please look at this pretty gun.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The CZ75 PO1, but it's not circumcised. It's a very pretty gun. I like the little scorpion tail that that CZ guns have. Interesting, I dimension. The 500 is called the Arm Obliterator. True. Ida Jad, the $5. Thank you very much. As indigenous, haunted by genocide, betrayal that disregards our values, why can't there be any teacher of two gendered souls in a person? ASD hatred. I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to. I mean, I support trans rights, and I frame it in the ways that I do. I don't believe in souls, so I wouldn't really... my interest in the two-spirit thing is an anthropological one, not like a sociological one, if that makes any sense. Sake, thanks the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Yeah, Lance gets along with everyone. To a fault, maybe. Tiger Fox King with the tier 1 sub. You were mentioned negatively in 30:05 of this video. Really? In this video? From Lily Orchard. Oh, that's news to me. Thank you for letting me know. Autistic AF, thank you for the $5. I'm afraid I don't know. I don't know of any general place for that. Charlotte21, thank you for the $5. Cyberpunk gun? Oh, shit. Now that's a handsome and extremely that is the most front-loaded... If I tried to hold this, like... It would... I think this is the one pistol where the recoil would push the pistol down because it's so heavy that the front would just want to fall. Look at this. Oh my god. The balancing. Kowalski from Nebraska, the $5. Vosh learning Chinese history like.
Xinshua Huangdi, in his wisdom and mercy, ordered only 100,000 of the remaining townsfolk to be buried alive. And after a small battle...
True, Chad. Skunksy with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you. Do you enjoy the atomic aesthetic? This? I like this very much, like, as a prop, but I would feel like a dingus holding it. Pretty cool, though. Sin Phoenix, thanks to the 2 sub. Yeah, I want to play the System Shock remake for sure. None of your business, thanks to the $10. Sake Tanuki with the 8 tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much. The male Ahegao. True! You know he's busting. And he did. Fat Texas Kami, thank you for the $5. Volunteered for PV23 for the very progressive Proposition A here in my state. Sadly, it looks like it'll fail due to GOP lies, but the volunteering was fun. Yes. Can't win all the time, but we can put in our best all the time. Nate the Great, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. Really appreciate that. Tim cut the clip before his guest made an argument to round up homeless people and lock them in asylums. Oh, God.
People in the United States in insane asylums. By the 1980s, it's about 100,000. Okay, so without even adjusting for the increase in population size, there's a significantly lower number of people who are committed. And part of that is because the requirement to get somebody committed involuntarily to a mental health facility at that time was they can't take care of themselves. Today, they have to demonstrate that they are a danger to themselves and others first before they can be committed. Now, is someone not being able to take care of themselves necessarily the perfect indicator of whether they need to be committed to one of these institutions? I have no idea. However,
Is he blaming liberals for closing the asylums? Okay, whatever. We'll probably go over more of that soon. Sake with the 8 tier 1 subs. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Hey, Tempest and Ryan, can we have this play during NPC segments? Nothing makes me laugh harder, like unironically, nothing makes me laugh harder than seeing somebody like in a video, like just rambling gibberish, and then this starts playing. It's so fucking funny every fucking time, man. I should have this on a soundboard that plays like 10 seconds of it that we can play when we're listening to somebody just fucking ramble. We should. Okay, I went 30 minutes over how long I expected to go, which is normally okay because I love spending time with you guys. But in this case, it's not okay because I'm hungry and I bought a new can of chili that I'm going to try tonight. That sounded so fucking stupid. That sounded so retarded, but I mean it sincerely. I just mean I got a new that I was gonna have, and I'm hungry. I didn't think about how it would sound outside of my head. Fuck. Guys, how do you do? Canoe. Have a good time, folks. I'll see you tomorrow. I think that tomorrow it'll be during the night. We'll play some RE4. We got to finish that for Hi-Fi Rush, finally. And we might have a debate. We'll see. Have a good time.